Excellent. Good evening, everybody. Welcome to the May 18, 2021 Board of Adjustment meeting. The time is 5:33 and adequate notice of this meeting has been given in accordance with the Sunshine Law. Notice was published on December 10th, 2020 in the local source and the Star Ledger, the official newspapers for the Township of Springfield for the year 2020, and posted in the Annex Building on December 11th, 2020. Notice of the meeting has also been posted to the Township of Springfield website. Can we stand to salute the flag? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Sorry. Yes.
Roll
Jen,
call.
Board Secretary, can we have a roll call, please?
Yes.
Thank you.
Mr. Mark Cunningham,
Here.
Mr. Stephen Hochstein,
Here.
Mr. Daniel Poltrock,
Here.
Mr. Harris Lawfer. I see Mr. Harris Lawfer is connecting.
Present.
Great, thank you.
Welcome.
Mr. Stephen Firschenbaum, Mr. Matthew Glass, Mr. Raj Sahada,
Here.
Vice Chair Dave Schnur,
Here.
and Chair Jody Cohen.
Here.
Great, we have a quorum, ma'am.
Thank you very much. Okay, the first order of business on the agenda is the minutes from April 2021. Has every board member had an opportunity to review the minutes? Do you have any questions, comments, revisions, concerns? If not, is there a motion to approve the minutes?
Move to approve.
Thank you. Do I have a second? I'll second.
I'll second. Okay.
Great. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Any abstentions? Motion passes.
Moving on to resolutions of memorialization. The first application up for a resolution of memorialization is application 2021-6, 82 South Maple Avenue, block 901, lot 38. Do any members of the board have any questions on the resolution? If there are none, do we have a motion to approve?
Move to approve.
Thank you. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Thank you.
Great. Mr. Lawfer,
Yes.
Mr. Sahada,
Sorry, messing with the mute. Yes.
Mr. Cunningham,
Yes.
Mr. Hochstein,
Yes.
and Chair Cohen.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Okay, the second application up for resolution of memorialization is application 2021-7, 26 North Derby Road, block 3601, lot 51. Do any members of the board have any questions on the resolution? And if there are none, is there a motion to approve?
Move to approve.
Thank you. Is there a second? I'll second.
Thank you. Mr. Lawfer,
Yes.
Chair Cohen,
Yes.
Mr. Cunningham,
Yes.
Mr. Hochstein,
Yes.
and Mr. Sahada.
Yes.
Motion passes.
The final application on for resolution of memorialization is application 2020-9, 47 Woodbino Avenue, block 806, lot 11. Do we have any questions or comments on the resolution? And if there are none, is there a motion to approve?
Move to approve.
Thank you. Is there a second?
I'll second Steve Hochstein.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Lawfer,
Yes.
Mr. Hochstein,
Yes.
Mr. Cunningham,
Yes.
Mr. Sahada,
Yes.
and Chair Cohen.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Excellent. Okay, we are going to move on to the applications. We have 5 applications on the agenda this evening. For those that are new participants to our meeting, the way that the applications work is we will call in the applicant and any of their witnesses to the panel. They will be able to put on their testimony and present their application. After they put on their testimony, we'll open it up to the public to ask questions of that witness. And at the close of the entire application, we will open it up to the public to speak with respect to the entirety of the application. And we will close it out and deliberate. So let's call upon application 2021-871 Garden Oval, block 805, lot 5. This is a lot coverage variance to install a pool. And if we could let in the applicants, please.
Hi,
How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Good, thank you. Will you be the only person testifying this evening?
Yes. I didn't realize there were. other
Nope.
people allowed.
There's no need for anyone else.
Okay.
Okay, our attorney is just gonna swear you in.
Okay.
Can you raise your right hand,
Oh,
please?
yes.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
Yes,
Please state your full name, spell your last name, give us your home address.
sure. Full name is Kathy Nguyen. Last name is spelled Nguyen. Address is 71 Garden Oval, Springfield, New Jersey.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Kathy. Could you just, for the board, tell us a little bit about the application, what you're requesting, and the reasons that you are requesting the variance?
Sure. So my husband and I would like to add a pool in the backyard. We started this process last year at the beginning of COVID. Unbeknownst to us, it was going to take a full year. So we just wanted, with COVID kind of lasting for the last year and a half, the reason why we wanted to put in the pool was essentially just to have friends and family be able to come over and be outside when social distancing is still a priority. And also, we don't have any kids right now, but we do have young nieces who live in Pennsylvania. So we'd like to be able to have them come and stay with us over the summertime. And additionally, because my family is across the country in California, it's just nice to be able to have my extended family on my husband's side be able to spend time here with us.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
Okay, and from the application, we're looking at an existing 37.9% lot coverage where 36 were permitted, and this would be an increase to 41.5%.
Yeah, I think it's because the pool size we chose, in order for us to have the deep end be about 7 foot, my husband's almost 6 foot, tall. We went with a little bigger size, not realizing that there was a lot variance when we were planning this out. So based on the size, I think we're obviously over the lot allowance.
Yes, okay. Thank you.
Sure.
Any of members of the board have any questions for the applicant?
I do have a question. I don't know if it's just my version, but I can't really see a site survey in the documents. Am I missing it?
There is a survey.
Mhm.
Yes, there is a survey. Pooh, are you able to bring it up here?
Because it's kind of faded on my version. The reason I just want to know, it doesn't seem like you're having much of an increase in lot coverage. Are you taking something out, or are you recovering an area that's existing coverage? Oh, that's a much better copy.
Mm-mm. On the survey now, there's a planter that was removed when we moved in, and there's also a swing set on there that's also removed, but that's it.
And
And you're leaving the existing paver patio?
I'm sorry?
You're leaving the existing paver patio?
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you, Joe. So I just have a question for the town engineer. Is that accurate? And the increase in coverage is about 750 square feet or so? What is the change in lot coverage?
It goes from, I think, hang on one second.
More importantly, for the town engineer, do you think they need to do any water management as part of this?
I believe we already did that and turned it in. Yes, that was already provided by the pool company and turned in.
Okay, I just,
I
because I don't
think
see it. that-
we're 5%, I think it's 5% over the lot variance. One second.
Yeah, this is Rochdale. According to the application, the required coverage is 36%. The existing is 37.9, and the proposed is 41.5, according to the application.
So it's, I looked at the numbers based on their application as well. This is your township board planner. The current, you're looking at an overage of about 400 square feet from what's allowed. It's about 200 square feet from what exists there today. So I think they're at 3,123 square feet of coverage, and they're going up to about 3,400 if I did it correctly. They're going to 3,420.
We have it here, 3120 to 3422.
So again, my question is there stormwater management required? And if there is, I just want to make sure that it's in any kind of approval that we give.
It is required. They are showing it on the top plan there, some dry well area. It's obviously got to be reviewed and approved prior to building permits. But they did make the initial submission.
Okay, that was my only question. It's just hard to see on my copy.
Yeah.
Do any other board members have any questions for the applicant? Okay, I think we could stop the share. I'm going to open it up to the public. Do we have any members of the public that have any questions for the applicant? If so, you could put your name and address in the Q&A. And if you are dialing in by phone, you press *9 to raise your hand and *6 to unmute.
I see one hand, Ms. Cole.
Okay, let's let Bill in.
Madam Chair,
Yes,
just for the record, alternate 1 Matthew Glass has joined. That should be noted for the record.
thank you.
Thanks, Bruce.
Bill, are you with us?
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
We can
All
hear
right.
you.
Yeah, I live in the house behind 71 Garden Oval, 19 Garden Oval. And I have no issues at all with a swimming pool, but one concern was brought to my attention by a friend who had a pool installed last year down the shore.
Are you, yeah, Bruce, Bruce.
Mr. Civilella, at this
Yeah.
point in the proceedings, if you have any questions for the applicant, you can ask them. If you want to make a statement about the application, that'll be in just a couple minutes.
Okay, I'll wait then.
Okay, maybe just stay in here because if they're,
Yeah, if we have,
we may get right back to you.
Sure.
do we have any other members of the public who have any questions for the applicant? Okay, so I see that there are none. Let's open it up for public comment at this time. And Mr. Civolella,
Civilella,
sorry if
yes.
I butchered that.
Can you turn your camera on, please?
Let me see.
Should be in the lower left-hand corner.
1 sec, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Okay,
Very good.
wait a
Okay.
second.
I'm going to just swear you in if you're going to make a statement, so please raise your right hand.
Okay.
do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
Yes.
Okay, please, I know you have, but please state your name, spell your last name, and give us your address one more time.
Bill Civolella, Sivolella, 19 Garden Oval.
Thank you.
No, my only concern, I hadn't thought about it, but a friend told me he installed a pool down the shore last year, that the guy installing the pool said that you have to be concerned about trees, about tree roots. And I have a couple of oaks, pin oaks, close to their yard, and one particularly in the center. I've had several trees removed, and I had the rest pruned last year before the pandemic. But I just wanted to go on record as saying my only concern would be the weakening of the trees if they cut the roots. It's considered that the pool, from the edge of the pool to the base of the tree, should be at least 15 feet for an oak tree.
Madam Chair, I can offer that the survey submitted shows a 15.2 offset from the edge of the pool to the property line. So presumably the trees are on Mr. Civolella's property. They would be more than 15 feet away.
Thank you.
Very, very good. Thank you.
At least 0.2 feet.
Is there any other comment or concerns that you wish to raise?
No, not me.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, members of the board, do you have any comments at this time while we deliberate on the application? I'm in favor of granting the application. I think it's a de minimis increase. I feel that the concern of the neighbor has been or is alleviated by the setback, and therefore I am in favor of granting the application.
I would agree. I would just add that it's with the approval of the engineer of any kind of stormwater management requirements.
Okay, with that one condition, do we have a motion to approve the application 2021-8?
I motion to approve. I'll second the motion.
Who made the motion?
I think it was probably Harris and I together.
Okay,
I agree to second it.
all right, got it. Mr. Poltrock,
Yes,
Mr. Lawfer,
Yes, and thank you, Dan.
you're welcome, Harris.
Mr. Cunningham,
Yes.
Mr. Hockstein,
Yes.
Mr. Sahada,
Yes.
Vice Chair Schnur,
Yes.
and Chair Cohen.
Yes,
Motion passes.
excellent. Thank you very much. Have a good evening.
Okay, you too. Thank you, everyone.
Okay, the next application that we have on the agenda is application 2021-11 for 990 Chimney Ridge Drive, block 3304, lot 46, a lot coverage variance for patio and a driveway expansion for Mr. Poltrock.
How do I get out and get back in?
Just close Zoom and then go to the link that I sent you.
Okay,
He's gonna end up in the same place, so my
Oh,
recommendation is Mr.
Just to
Bergen
stay?
swear in.
you want me to just stay, Apu?
That's my recommendation. Have Mr. Bergen just swear you in as your new position. You're gonna end up in
Okay,
that spot.
Got it.
Just so the record is clear, Mr. Poltrock, you're recusing yourself from this matter.
yes, I'm recusing myself from myself.
In
Do you
your
have
position-
any, Do you have anyone, any other witnesses this evening, or is it just you?
I have somebody who should be getting let in. I think Joe Paparo's got to get let in, right, Jen?
Yes.
Yep.
I'm sorry, Bruce, I didn't mean to cut you off.
That's okay.
Hopefully Joe. Yep, there he is. Hi, Joe.
It's Steve Furzik.
Hi.
How are you, everybody? Can I
How
check
are
in?
you? Let's
Good
have
evening.
the record reflect that board member Furzikban has joined.
Got it. Thank you.
Is it unmuted?
I don't know.
All right.
You're not muted.
Okay.
I will be quiet, but if I shut that mute off or do anything with it, I'll never find it again. So, but thank you.
Okay. Mr. Paparo, you're going to be presenting this matter?
I am.
Okay. Why don't we swear in your client and then you can proceed. Mr. Poltrock, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
Yes.
Please state your full name, spell your last name, give us your home address.
Daniel Poltrock, Poltrock, 990 Chimney Ridge Drive, Springfield.
Thank you. Madam Chair, it's yours.
Good evening, Mr. Paparo.
Good evening. Good evening. Just for the record, my name is Joseph Paparo from Porzio, Bromberg, and Newman on behalf of Mr. Poltrock. For witnesses this evening, I do have our surveyor and professional planner, Jim Watson, who will address the coverage variance. So I don't know if he's in the waiting room. Oh, there he is. I see his name and waiting for him to appear. Let's see. While we wait for Mr. Watson to join, I'll just give a very brief overview. The application is for the single-family residence at 990 Chimney Ridge Drive. This is block 3304, lot 46 on your tax map. This property is located in the single-family zone, the S120. It contains an existing single-family home and related improvements. We're here this evening requesting a lot coverage variance. Mr. Poltrock is proposing to replace an existing deck with a patio and also widen his driveway slightly. The current configuration of the property exceeds the coverage requirements. The ordinance allows a maximum lot coverage of 22.5%. Currently, the existing site is 25.1%. And with the replacement of the deck for the patio and the minor expansion of the driveway, the total lot coverage proposed is 33%. That is the variance we're seeking. What I'd like to do now is just turn the presentation over to Mr. Watson to go through the plan. We did submit a plan. We received some initial comments and a revised plan was submitted that it contained stormwater management. I believe a dry well was added to the plan that you have before you to address any additional runoff triggered by the excess coverage. So that is the plot plan that is before the board this evening. So what I'd like to do is, I guess, Mr. Bergen, you can swear in Mr. Watson.
Mr. Watson, do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
Yes, I do.
Please state your full name, spell your last name, give us your business address.
Sure. James Watson, W-A-T-S-O-N, EKA Associates, located at 328 Park Avenue in Scotch Plains, New Jersey. I'm licensed professional land surveyor in New Jersey and New York. I'm also a licensed professional planner. I've been before you guys about 4 or 5 times in the last couple of years. I've appointed positions over that time or over my career. I've been the planner for the Township of Union, planner for the Borough of Carteret. I've also been appointed the planner for the public advocate of Warren Township. I can keep going. I'm out a lot with Joe and a bunch of other attorneys around the area.
Thank you, Mr. Watson. Do any members of the board have any objections to qualifying Mr. Watson as an expert in land surveying and planning? All right, there are none. You are qualified.
All right, thank you. What I'll do, I'm going to share my screen. and I will take you through the plans, and then I will give you some planning testimony for the justification of the variances.
Excuse me, just for the record, the documents you're going to share, were they all submitted with the application?
Yes, with the exception of one. There's a little tiny parking exhibit that we created today.
Okay, when you get to that one, just let us know so we can mark that as A1.
Sure, not a problem.
Thank you.
All right, the first plan that you have is the plan of survey. This is the existing conditions. As Mr. Preparo said, this is a lot in the S120 zone. It's roughly 2/3 of the minimum size required for this zone. So if you notice in the center, if this was a vacant lot, the only room they would have to build is the building envelope. That's this dashed line that goes around over here in the center of the house. Currently, there's a 2-story brick and frame dwelling centered on the lot. There's a driveway that's paved that goes out to Clearview Road on the southwest. The front of the house faces Chimney Ridge Drive. There's a retaining wall that goes around the perimeter on the northwest and northeast side of the dwelling. And if you look at the, let me get rid of you guys real quick. There's a schedule of general requirements on the side of the plan. On the right side, you'll notice that almost everything associated with this lot needs has an existing nonconformity. We can't match lot area, lot width, setbacks, front yards, anything. Like I said, it's 2/3 the size of a normal or the minimum size that's required in the area. What we're asking for tonight, and I will go to the plot plan. We're asking to, and I will zoom in for this a little bit. This is sheet 1 of 1. It's a plot plan prepared by our office. Date, and this should be in your package. This is dated March 5th, 2021, with a revision date of April 19th, 2021, and that was revised to show the drainage improvements. What we've done is Mr. Poltrock is proposing to take down the existing deck, and he's proposing to put a ground level patio on site with a walkway that traverses around the easterly or the westerly corner of the house to the existing driveway, and to fit another car on the lot to give him more on-site parking. He's proposing a small driveway expansion on the southwesterly side of the lot. That proposed expansion is 207 square feet. In addition to those expansions or new improvements, we're proposing a stormwater management system located in the front of the house. It's going to consist of 2 dry wells and an excavation around it where you're going to fill the stone around the dry wells, wrap them in filter fabric. And what you're going to do to make sure only clean water gets into this system is to connect all of the roof leaders that service this gray shaded area of the roof. So all the water going into this system will be clean. You're not getting any overground runoff into this. We have some additional notes on the right side of the plan, along with a graphic scale and legend. On the left side of the plan, we have the calculations for the sizing of the stormwater management system. If you dig into the numbers, what we're doing is we're collecting and managing 112% of what's required by us. So he's going a little above and beyond. Below that, we have some details for the stormwater management system. And again, we have the schedule of general requirements for the RS20 zone, showing the only variance or increase that we're asking for is the maximum lot coverage. Permitted is 22.5%. Right now, he has 25.1, and he wants to expand to 33%. Again, this is a small lot. The restrictions make it very difficult to do anything without generating a variance. And I believe that we can apply for a variance under C2. You have to talk about 5 things, and I will be quick. First thing is a specific parcel. Like I said, we have 2/3 of the lot minimum. We're the smallest lot in the area, and we mimic the lot sizes and the setups and the coverages up and down Chimney Ridge, as well as the section of Chimney Ridge in Mountainside. I think that makes us unique because we are the smallest. The next thing we have to talk about are the positives. They come from the purposes of zoning. There's 17 of them. I believe we comply with A, and I won't read it, but I believe safety is an important part here. We're getting more cars off the street. That makes the street a safer condition. It gets hazards out of the public right of way. I believe that we also comply with E, and that goes to streetscape. Everything that you're seeing is in the rear yard with the exception of the small driveway expansion. There's literally no changes that are going to be noticed in the neighborhood. It'll improve things for the neighbors in the rear because you're lowering a deck, getting it down below a fence, and you're putting the ground level patio in instead of a raised deck. That goes to the next purpose of zoning, which I believe I goes to creative design. Decks are being replaced by patios these days, and not that this application proposes it, but you'll see a lot of outdoor kitchens proposed. With the pandemic easing up, people are appreciating gathering on their homes and inviting other people over. And finally, I believe that, excuse me, M, which is the more efficient use of land. And this application proposes nothing new from the town with the exception of 3.5 feet of driveway widening that you're going to see from a public street. There's no new infrastructure needed, no sewers, no utilities, nothing. This is completely in-house and in the rear of the project. The third thing we have to talk that I can come up with, because this is a residential neighborhood, is the additional runoff created. And that's mitigated by the stormwater management system. So you're actually improving things a little bit, because the 1,100 feet that we're asking relief for, we're actually collecting and managing a little bit more than that. But the next thing, you have to weigh these out. And I think with everything I just listed, without going through each and every one again, that you can come to the same conclusion I do. And this is the 5th thing that you have to consider in a C2 variance. It's my opinion, and I hope you agree with me, that there will be no substantial changes to the master plan or the zoning ordinance of the Township of Springfield. That's pretty much my testimony. I'll take questions if anybody has one. Okay, did everybody hear that?
What is the material for the bump out of the driveway?
It's going to be paved just like, it's going to match the pavement that's there now.
Okay, thank you.
Any other members of the board have any questions?
I just have a quick one. If this lot was a conforming lot, would they not need a variance?
I didn't do the exact calculation, but pretty close, yeah.
Okay, so the undersized lot has created some kind of hardship, I would assume.
Well, it doesn't create a hardship for the coverage because that's a percentage. But what a planning perspective, what you do is you look at 22.5% of the minimum lot size, which is probably around 4,500 to 5,000 square feet. And that's what you would anticipate in a neighborhood. We're asking for 4,600 square feet of coverage, which wouldn't be out of line with the zone. In this neighborhood, it may be a little much, and I'm sure you have a lot of applications for that. And I don't think we're out of line with the neighborhood, but in the S120 zone, you should, look to see 4,500 to 5,000 square feet of coverage.
All right, thank you.
Madam Chair, may I?
Yes.
I can answer Mr. Hochstein's question. If it was a conforming lot, there'd be no lot coverage variance.
Thank you. Any other members of the board have any questions for this witness? Okay, at this time, I'm going to open it up to the public. If there are any public participants that have any questions for this witness, please put your name and address in the Q&A. And if you're on the phone, it's *9 to raise your hand and *6 to unmute. I'm not seeing any. Okay, thank you, Mr. Watson.
Thank you.
Mr. Paparo, back to you.
Yes, Chair, I have no further witnesses. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, any comments from the board?
This one's a real head scratcher.
I think for the reasons that were stated, I think there were adequate proofs put on the record by the applicant's planner. And for those reasons stated, I would be in favor of granting the variance that is requested.
Madam Chair, I'm sorry, just procedurally, we should see if there are any members of the public who want to testify.
Oh, did I do that? I'm sorry. I missed that? Okay. Before we deliberate, are there any members of the public that wish to speak on this application? If so, please put your name and address in the Q&A or raise your hand on the phone by pressing *9. Okay, I see none. And to reiterate, I think that there were adequate proofs put on the record for a grant of this variance. So I would be in favor of approving the application.
Madam Chair, I would move to approve.
Thank you.
Second that. I'll second it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Lawfer,
Yes.
Mr. Cunningham,
Yes.
Mr. Hochstein,
Yes.
Mr. Furstenbaum,
Yes.
Mr. Glass,
Yes.
Vice Chair Schnur,
Yes.
and Chair Cohen.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you very much for your time. We appreciate it.
Have a great evening.
You too.
Okay. The next application on the agenda is application 2021-12 for 21 Cotler Avenue, block 1907, lot 25. This is a request for a lot coverage variance for installation of patio. And do we have the applicant present? Yes.
Yes, I'm here.
Good evening. How are you?
Good.
Do you have any other witnesses?
I do not, just me.
Okay, excellent. Okay, we're gonna swear you in.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
I do.
Please state your full name, spell your last name, and give us your home address.
Daniel C. Smith, SMITH, 21 Cotler Avenue, Springfield, New Jersey, 07081.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Could you tell the board a little bit about what you're requesting and the reasons for the request of the variance?
Yes, so unfortunately here for forgiveness, not permission. Bought this house in 1998. As you can see in the survey, there's a lot of structures that were in there. Over time, we've removed quite a bit of that. Back in 2019, I took out the pool and part of the deck. There was a sand pit and a partial deck sitting there for almost a year, kind of a pretty big eyesore. The pandemic hits. I'm a nurse. I work clinically and trying to stay away from the family, but yet be present was challenging. And the idea was we wanted to take that space and make some type of outdoor living so we could gather. So the pictures that are on there is the finished product. It's a patio furniture fire pit type thing. Mistake I made was we had contractors come over, give us a few ideas, estimates. Once we saw the the idea of ripping everything out and what that new living space would be. We wanted it. The unfortunate thing, contractor had told us that the didn't need a permit because we were actually reducing what the coverage was. Learned the hard way. That's obviously my fault for not checking. But in reality, all the structures that were in there, there was an existing patio underneath the deck that led to the pool. There was at one time a hot tub structure in there. So if you look at what I have now, I have the most grass that I've had on the property since moving in '98. The other issue that came up with speaking with the engineer, the zone I'm in is an S75 zone. So that zone minimum lot requirement is 10,000 square feet. So like the previous application, I'm in an undersized lot. My lot size is 7,500. So putting me up against the 27%, I'm already working at a disadvantage. So an S60 zone, which is a lot size of 7,500, is a 36 percentile. So it looks like the magic number is around 2,700 square feet. I'm still over, but just wanted to explain some of that sticker shock there. The 42%, 42.5, I should say, is what the calculation is. What I'm asking for, but it's a little bit. It's not really apples to apples when you're looking at the 27% because of the undersized lot that I'm starting out with. The engineer has been on site. We've talked about stormwater collection. I'm willing to do whatever it takes to fit and get this done right. All my downspouts go out to the street currently. So speaking with Mr. Disco, it looks like the best option is to dig up a section of the front yard, lay the stone gravel down, put the mesh liner in with a perforated pipe to collect the water that's going out to the street, collect a certain percentage of that and get it back into the ground. That would be the optimal solution to this, according to people that are a lot smarter about engineering than I am. So again, my fault for not going through the proper channels on this, but unfortunately, it's just a situation and just wanted it done. So I apologize for any inconvenience I've caused people, but I think the 118 cubic feet is what Mr. Disco recommended, and that's roughly an 8x8 section of the yard that would go down 4 feet with stone. And that's where the drainage from my downspouts would run over, and that's where we'd collect the water. And that's pretty much it.
Thank you.
And Madam Chair, if I could, I can confirm that although the lot coverage is higher than permitted, if you look at the site from the pre-existing to now, the visual coverages of the site actually did decrease. So whoever the contractor was probably looked at it in that light. And although they may have were incorrect in the guidance that they provided the homeowner, their intent may have been correct. So there is an actual reduction of visual lot coverage. As the board members may or may not realize, above ground pools, in-ground pools, and then deck structures don't count towards the lot coverage calculation. So hence the technical need for a variance, but the visual or what you see on the site is actually reduced.
Thank you, Mr. Disco. And just to be clear, when I'm looking at the survey, the green is what remains. That's correct, right?
That is correct, yes.
Do any members of the board have any questions for the applicant?
I just want to reiterate, no further work needs to be done. Everything is as is, right?
Yeah. That's correct.
With the exception of the installation of a stormwater.
Yeah.
Right.
I'm back. I just had to make sure they weren't voting, because if they were, then That'd be ridiculous. So I'm with you.
Matt, you have to mute yourself,
Yeah.
Matthew Glass.
I do have a question. That patio that you put in, is that like stamped concrete or is that like a paver type patio?
It's pavers. It's pavers.
It is paver. So
Yes.
there is a certain amount, even though I don't believe you calculated that, but there is a certain amount of water that would soak down in between the stones as well.
It does, yes. There's the fine sand between the pavers to hold them in place, but water does go into there.
So there is a certain amount of perviousness to the patio. I just wanted to ask that question. And by the way, my dad built your house in 1953 and sold it for $9,600
Oh,
for your records.
that's funny. That's funny.
Very funny.
All right.
Any other members of the board have any questions for the applicant?
No.
Okay, I'm gonna open it up to the public at this time. Are there any members of the public that have any questions for the applicant? I see none. Okay, and I will open it up there. You have no further witnesses, right? This is
I do not know.
no testimony. Okay, so I'm gonna open it up to the public. If there's any members of the public that wish to speak on this application, you can put your name and address in the Q&A or hit *9 on your phone. Okay, I see none.
Madam Chair, one question.
Yes,
The township is seeking to pave Cutler Avenue later this year. So I would just ask the applicant if there's any intention for any street openings in the near future, because there would be a moratorium on that. So any gas replacement, gas line service or anything like that.
You're asking me if I
Yeah.
have
Yes.
plans to replace a gas line. I do not have any plans to do that, no.
Very good.
okay. Given the undersized lot, and the mitigation efforts that the applicant is agreeing to, and the fact that the pavers have some perviousness to them, I'm in favor of granting the applicant's request for the lot coverage variance, obviously with the condition that he will work with the engineer to install the stormwater management system.
I'll make a motion to approve.
I'll second.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Cunningham,
Yes.
Mr. Laufer,
Yes.
Mr. Hochstein,
Yes.
Mr. Poltrock,
Yes.
Mr. Furstenbaum,
Yes.
Vice Chair Schnur,
Yes.
and Chair Cohen.
Yes,
Motion passes.
thank you. Thank you, Mr. Smith. Have a great evening.
Thank you, everybody. Have a good night.
Okay, the next application that we have on the agenda is application 2021-13, 17 Jade Meadow Drive, block 3003, lot 78, for a lot coverage variance for a pool with patio. Do we have the applicant present? Not yet.
Yes. I'm present.
Good evening, how are you?
Good, thank you.
Good. Will you be the only person testifying this evening, the only witness?
Yes, yes.
Okay. We'll swear you in.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
Yes, I do.
Please state your full name, spell your last name, and give us your home address.
My name is Elaine Friedman, Friedman, 17 J Meadow Drive, Springfield.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Friedman. Can you please indicate for the board the request that you're making and the reasons for that request?
Sure. We are planning to build a pool as well as like small patio in front of the pool. We've been living in town for the past 18 years and moved to this house a year ago. And we have 3 kids. And we're trying to just have more quality time on our backyard with 3 kids. All my 3 kids are competitive swimmers, so they just want a little bit more time to practice. My son is actually a member of the EMT squad, Springfield EMT squad. So basically, we're just looking for more family time during this COVID pandemic. We're also gonna build additional drainage system, as well as we're planning to plant some trees around the fence.
Okay, thank you. Just to be clear, this is and this is probably for Mr. Disco, but it's a 22%. I'm just confused by the requirement. There's 30 that's crossed out, 32 and is existing, and 36, but is it 22% in this that's required, or permitted?
27%.
27. Okay, thank you. So it's an overall, we'd be looking at a 4.4% increase from what's existing and 9.7. Okay. Any members of the board have any questions for this applicant? Okay. Let me open this to the public. Are there any members of the public that are present that wish to ask any questions of the applicant? If so, please put your name and address in the Q&A or hit *9 on your phone. Okay, I see none. I do see here that you are working with the township to install the proper mitigation efforts for stormwater management.
Correct.
And I believe this would be a, I'm not going to deliberate yet. Sorry. Okay. Are there any members of the public that wish to speak on this application? If so, please state your name and address in the Q&A or hit *9 on your phone. Okay, I see none.
So that's my next question.
Yeah.
The dry wells, how much is the offset? So in other words, you bring dry wells in, what should it take us back to? You asked for a variance of 10%. But how much, what's sort of the effective area of that dry well?
I could try to answer that, I think. The dry well as designed will take all new coverages and assume that a 100-year storm, 24-hour of 8.7 inches over that 24 hours will be mitigated by that.
Okay.
So all of the new incremental lot coverage surfaces.
Okay, thank you.
And the applicant did, or the applicant's engineer did design a system. We asked for it to be bigger. They complied with that. So the plan as in front of you is acceptable to me.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I just have one question. There's a wood deck and a chimney. That's existing?
Yes.
Okay.
I also have a question. I'm seeing in the survey, there are 3 sheds. Where is the drainage equipment going to be?
That's not our shed, that's neighbor sheds. We don't have any sheds on our property.
Okay, so then my question is, I don't see where the filtration and drainage equipment is going to be.
It's that shaded area to the bottom of the property and the right side of the property. Do you have that?
I'm looking at the survey. I mean, it could just be me.
I think he means where's the pool, like mechanical equipment?
Yeah, no, that's what I'm asking. Where are the mechanics for the pool? Filtration, drainage, stuff like that.
If you follow the line, I think, Harris, you might. It's a little hard to see it because the label is really far from where the line extends to.
I'm just not seeing it.
You see the line that says
Okay.
chimney?
Yes, I see it now.
Yeah. There you go.
Okay. Okay, I'm good.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yep.
Okay, any other questions for the applicant? I'm going to open it one more time for the public. There were further question and answers of the applicant. So if there's any member of the public that wishes to speak, please state your name and address in the Q&A. Okay, I see none. I'm in favor of granting the request for the variance relief. I think the mitigation efforts are satisfactory, as our engineer stated or indicated to us. Any other members of the board in favor?
I'll move to approve.
Thank you.
Second,
Thank you. Mr. Hochstein,
Yes.
Mr. Lawfer,
yes.
Mr. Cunningham,
Yes.
Mr. Poltrock,
Yes.
Mr. Furstenbaum,
Yes.
Vice Chair Schnur,
Yes,
and
yes.
Chair Cohen.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Have a good evening.
Thanks.
Okay, the final application this evening is application 2021-10, 11 Edison Place, block 210, lot 1, request for a use variance to install a digital billboard. And I will wait, I think, for all of the applicant and professionals to be let in.
I think I got all the names that I saw in the Google Drive files, but if I missed somebody, please let me know.
Jennifer, do you see everyone?
Yes, we're all set.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, great. Good evening. How are you?
Good, thank you. How are you doing?
Good, thank you. I will give you the floor.
Thank you. Jennifer Berardo of the firm Price, Mees, Shulman, and Darminio on behalf of the applicant Outfront Media LLC. Outfront Media is here today seeking preliminary and final site plan approval with associated bulk variance relief and use variance relief to construct and operate a 20 by 50 off-premise advertising sign at a height of 50 feet on property located at 11 Edison Place, also known as Block 210, lots 1 and 9. The property is located within the I-20 General Industrial District and is presently owned by JA Warehouse LLC and is operated as a one-story industrial warehouse facility. The proposed sign will be constructed and operated by Outfront, and Outfront, as further testimony will be provided, already has a New Jersey Department of Transportation permit to operate a multi-message sign at this particular location. Now, back in the fall, Outfront appeared for a TRC meeting, and it was determined that while the zoning code of the township does have reference to an off-premise advertising sign, there are no specific regulations for same. So therefore, this would be treated as a prohibited use within the I-20 zone, and therefore Outfront would require a use variance relief to operate an off-premise advertising sign at this location. In addition to the use variance, Outfront is also seeking relief for height, as well as rear yard setback and principal building setback. Today, I have with me Mr. John Antal, who is a representative of Outfront Media and who will be providing some background information regarding the company as well as the digital billboard maintenance and operations. I have Michael Tantala, who's our engineering and traffic expert, and also George Williams, who will be our planner for this evening. So unless the board has any further questions at this time, I'd like to bring Mr. Antal for discussion.
Please proceed.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Antal, could you please provide the board with the benefit of your background and experience?
I'm sorry, if we could just first swear him in. Mr. Antal, do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
I do.
Could you please state your full name, spell your last name, and give us your business address?
John Antal, A-N-T-A-L. Address is 185 US Highway 46, Fairfield, New Jersey.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Antal, could you please provide us with the benefit of your personal background and experience?
Absolutely. So good evening, everybody. My name is John Antal. I'm General Manager for Outfront Media in New Jersey. My background is I have a degree in marketing from the University of South Florida. I've been with Outfront and in the out-of-home industry for 18 years. I began with our company in 2003 in sales in the Tampa office. I was promoted to General Manager of our Connecticut facility in 2008 and promoted again to General Manager of our New Jersey property in 2012. My duties and responsibilities really, I oversee all aspects of the market and our business. Our sales departments, real estate operations, graphic design, production, marketing, government affairs, all of those departments roll up through myself as the general manager. As it relates to this specific application, I direct all the market's property development efforts for new billboard locations, which is why we're here in front of you tonight. Outfront Media is a publicly traded company. We're on the New York Stock Exchange under the symbol OUT. We operate over 400,000 displays, both digital and static, across 150 markets in the US and in Canada. And as far as New Jersey is concerned, we've been doing business in the state of New Jersey since the 1940s, either as Outfront or through our predecessor companies that have evolved into Outfront. I personally oversee the operation of over 3,500 displays in the state of New Jersey, 81 of which are digital billboards. Our company has been operating digital billboards here in the state of New Jersey since 2009, so quite some time.
Thank you, Mr. Antal. Could we get Exhibit A1, which is the aerial on the screen, please? Okay.
Council, just so the record is clear, if you use an exhibit that was not presented with the application, please let us know so we can mark that for identification.
Correct. So most of these exhibits then, they were pre-marked today, but they were not all part of the application submission. So I would like to just mark this as an aerial exhibit A1, which is today's date of May 18th, 2021.
Very good. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, Mr. Antal, could you please just generally describe the proposal for this location?
Absolutely. So as mentioned earlier, we're proposing a 50-foot tall back-to-back digital billboard. The display size for each face will be 20 feet high by 50 feet wide. As you can see from the visual, the site itself is on Edison Place off of Main Street with frontage to I-78, and it's located about 300 feet east of the Main Street overpass. The sign itself, which you see indicated kind of in the middle of the screen, will be located at the westernmost portion of the property behind the building, but adjacent to I-78. The property itself, we're a lessee of the property. And as indicated earlier, we're going to be maintaining and operating the sign at the location.
Thank you. And can you just describe why you selected this particular location?
Sure. One of the biggest things for us is really the lot suitability. In this case, the lot is area, the area and zone that it's in are industrial and commercial in nature. There's an ease of access to get to the location to construct and maintain the sign. The location is good in terms of visibility to the highway. And, there's no interference with the landlord's daily operations as a warehouse. And including with that, there's really no interference with the property circulation or access based on where it's going to be located on the property. One of the more important things is really just that we're able to be located and constructed to meet all of the New Jersey Department of Transportation's requirements for a digital billboard.
Thank you. So with that, I'd like to mark Exhibit A2, which is the New Jersey Department of Transportation state permit. And I would just ask that Mr. Antal just describe what this DOT process is and how you obtain a permit for an outdoor advertising sign.
Sure. So as an outdoor operator, the first thing we do is we fill out a detailed application to the New Jersey Department of Transportation that indicates the exact sign location, its size, and where it will be located on the property, as well as if the sign is going to be a digital display. The DOT takes the application, they do a full review, they perform not just a site review, but also a field inspection to verify that all the information we've provided is accurate, as well as that it conforms to all of the regulations and safety standards that they have for our industry. The biggest significance in having this permit is that we've proven that we meet all of the state criteria, including that of the safety that the state requires us to have.
Okay, and with that criteria, can you just go through what are some of the criteria for a digital sign that the DOT has?
Yeah, absolutely. So the biggest criteria that we have to conform to with the Department of Transportation is that the digital billboard cannot have any type of movement, animation, flashing, motion, nothing of that nature. It has to be a static image. The static image has to be able to be changed instantaneously, meaning less than 1 second between the time each ad is displayed. And the copy cannot be changed more than every 8 seconds. So the static image has to remain for 8 seconds. And as it changes to the next copy, it has to be done in less than 1 second. And the next copy has to remain for at least 8 seconds. One of the biggest parts of that process in the application process and the approval process is that the DOT requires that there be at least 3,000 linear feet in either direction along the same side of the highway from another digital billboard. This permit that we've received from the state shows that we meet that criteria, including the distance from any other digital billboard or potentially unbuilt digital billboard permit. So by granting us this permit, the DOT has concluded that we have everything that we need where this location will pass. It passed all those reviews and safety criteria, and we were able to obtain the permit from the state.
Thank you. And then once you receive this permit, it is just annually renewed?
Correct. Every 12 months, we have to pay a permit fee to the state to renew the permit, and we do that. And I believe it's May is when we renew the permit.
Okay, thank you. Can you please just discuss digital operations and the maintenance of a digital billboard?
Sure. So the way that we operate our digital billboards, as I mentioned, the state permits us to change no less than every 8 seconds. So what we do is we sell 8 advertising spots on a digital face every 8 seconds. We call that a 64-second ad loop. So it's approximately a minute, a little bit over a minute. Typically, we sell each sign face independently so that there would be no more than 8 advertisers on each side of the location. We operate our digital billboards 24 hours a day. The messages are changed remotely through a secure wireless internet connection. For our advertisers, it's great because they can change their copy in a really timely and relevant manner, whether it's the time of day or weather conditions or anything that's going on that's really timely for their business. An example would be like a restaurant who can run a breakfast, lunch, and dinner special at different times of the day to entice people to stop and visit their facility. The sign messages change, they're done instantly. There's no type of waving effect. And of course, that is why we abide by the state regulations in that manner. And as I mentioned before, there's no video or scrolling or animation of any kind. One of the things about digital billboards, and I know our engineer will testify, a little bit more on this, but I thought it was good to kind of point it out, is that the light that's emitted from the billboard is automatically adjusted based on the ambient light in the natural surroundings. So it really helps keep the display clear so that the people passing by can easily identify and recognize the message that's being conveyed. The sign itself is monitored both by camera and by computer. And being digital, we don't have to go out and change the copy each time somebody wants something new. The physical contact to the location is very minimal. On average, it's around 4 times a year for just standard maintenance and kind of checking up and making sure everything's running properly. But if for some reason there is a critical problem with the display, it does go dark. So we do have the ability to remotely darken the sign and turn it off should there be any type of critical problem. Having the ability to change the advertising copy so quickly just kind of allows us to be more responsive, not just to our advertisers, but also it provides like responsive emergency messaging and public service advertising to a lot of our municipal partners, as well as state agencies and nonprofits that we work with.
Okay, thank you. So with that, I would now like to just pre-mark, if I can, Exhibit A3 will be a sample emergency package. A4 will be a sample public service package, and A5 will be a sample municipal messaging package. And if you could put up A3 first, please. We would just like to go through some of these emergency messages just to show you what a sample might look like in the event of an emergency. You could just
Thank you.
and John, you can just describe some of these.
Absolutely. So the first example is an example of a missing persons alert issued by the FBI that was displayed on our digital billboards here in New Jersey. Next slide, please. This is a more localized, this was a regional Amber Alert that we worked in and put on our digital displays to help raise awareness and hopefully find the missing child. This is an example of, this was in Bayonne. This was an emergency drill that the city was conducting, and they wanted to make sure that people knew it wasn't an actual emergency. So it's an emergency message to let people know there's no emergency. I know it seems kind of strange to say that, but it was definitely something that helped the town to alleviate any concerns that there was anything going on in the city that wasn't planned. Next one, please. And another example of FBI Most Wanted. When they hear that somebody on the most wanted list might be in a certain area of the country, we will run these pro bono for the FBI to help raise awareness of somebody who's wanted in connection with crime.
Okay, and now could you please put up A4, which is the sample public service package? And Mr. Antal can go through these as well. And also you'll note that we have some testimonials from some of the sponsors that have been able to put some ads for some charitable organizations on here, just to show our partnership and our commitment to charitable work as well.
Absolutely. So the first example here is something that the Monmouth County Office of Emergency Management wanted to let people know. They need to know their evacuation zones, really critical thing for people to be aware of. So it was raising awareness that they need to look into that. The next one. One of our public service partners, the Valerie Fund, we display their messages all over the state throughout the year to help raise awareness. And I believe the next is a letter that we received from them, just endorsing us and talking about our partnership we have in place. Again, Make-A-Wish, New Jersey-based Make-A-Wish Foundation, somebody who we partnered with for a number of years. And as well, they were nice enough to write a letter of endorsement for us in our organization, as well as the partnership we have had with them. The next one, Community Food Bank of New Jersey. We've been partners with them now going back to, we're on close to 10, maybe 12 years with the Community Food Bank, and we're working with them throughout the entire year, especially after the holidays when the food bank has a big shortage. And again, the next slide shows the letter of recommendation they were nice enough to send our way. Boys and Girls Clubs in New Jersey is another organization that we partner with and help promote their organization and the benefits of what they do for our communities throughout New Jersey. And again, a letter of recommendation and endorsement from them. And the last one is something we worked on with the Stafford Police Department. This is just a slow down, move over program that the state was running, and we were able to get it up on our digital billboard leading into Long Beach Island to help them, make sure that their police force stayed safe when they were pulling people over or helping people out in emergency.
Thank you. Okay, and the final one you could put up is A5, which is the sample municipal messaging. And so as one of the benefits that Outfront offers and digital advertising offers is the ability for a municipality to display some advertisements on the signs. So Mr. Antal, if you could just go through a few of these and just indicate your partnerships that you've had with some other municipalities where there are digital messaging.
Yeah, towns take advantage of this in different ways, which is what we're going to be showing here. Someone like Sayreville, they just wanted kind of a nice welcome sign and help promote local business. The next one is Ocean Township, where they specifically wanted to help increase enrollment in their pool and tennis club. So that was a nice design that they put together to put on the billboard in town across from their Wegmans. Next one is Mount Olive Township. They utilize the digital billboard time very effectively. This one that I chose as an example is just about what they're doing to celebrate their 150-year anniversary in 2021. And the next slide is a letter of endorsement from the business administrator talking about our sponsorship or our partnership with the town, which has been great for them and great for us. The next one is actually Stafford Township again. This is something that we've been working with the township for a number of years, and this one was just kind of helping people during COVID to let them know that people are out there to help them. And the next slide is a letter from the township administrator talking about our partnership with them and the experience they've had working with us. I believe the last example here is actually in downtown Denville. This billboard is really close to different shopping areas, and they wanted to help promote people to shop locally and take takeout from the restaurants during COVID. And the final page in the presentation is the letter that we received from the township administrator to kind of endorse the partnership that we've had with them over the last 4 or 5 years now.
Thank you. And now, in order to effectuate the emergency messaging, the PSAs and the municipal messaging, Outfront has certain protocols that they utilize, correct?
That is correct.
General ones. And so with that, I would just like to mark Exhibit A6, which will be Protocol A, and Exhibit A7, which will be Protocol B. And John, if you could just please go through Exhibit A6, which is Protocol A, and just explain how that applies to the emergency messaging.
Sure. Just wanted to make sure it was up on the screen. Okay. Protocol A is used in emergent messaging needs for events such as Amber or Silver alerts or evacuation notices, Homeland Security, or similarly high emergent public safety messages. It's not like for your typical traffic alert or municipal notice. It's definitely something that's much more urgent and severe. What we do is we establish a town designee and a backup in town and assign a unique verification to the verification code to the town. Typically, this designee is either someone in the OEM department or potentially the police chief or one of their staff. When the use is needed for the emergency messaging, the town's designee or the backup reaches out to our digital operations 24-hour hotline or via email using their unique ID code that we've assigned to them, and they request the specific message to be shown on the display. It's an all text message. It's something that can be easily and quickly put together by our team on the 24-hour hotline, and they will immediately put it up. When they do, that emergency message overrides any advertising that is scheduled to be on the billboard for the first hour. That is all it is displayed, is that emergency message that has to get out to the public. And after that hour is concluded, it moves into rotation with the existing advertising that's already scheduled on the board.
Thank
So
you.
is that, let me just ask, so that would be 1 per 8 flips after the first hour? Is that what you're saying?
If all of them are sold, it would
Mhm.
be, it would be in the rotation with the existing advertising. If it's only 4 advertisers, the
That would-
town would be the 5th, and it would stay in that rotation until the emergency has passed or we've been notified that we can remove it.
Okay.
Thank you. So in addition to this emergency messaging that is a benefit, you will also be offering, as I understand, some time for the municipality to utilize the board on an as available basis. And that is described in Protocol B. If you could please put up A6, and Mr. Antal, if you could just go through Protocol B and exactly what is the offer to the municipality.
Just to confirm, it should be A7, correct?
Oh, I'm sorry, A7, yes, Protocol B, A7.
Yeah, so the Protocol B it's similar in nature to Protocol A as far as the establishment. Out front, we'll provide the township with the ability to display non-emergency messages as well. So if the municipality has any announcements that they want to make, whether it's the rec department for registration deadlines for sports in town, or an upcoming festival or event or 5K or anything that's going on that has the town's involvement. We would allow the town to advertise that on the sign as long as we have the space available to provide it. What we would do is we establish a town designee similar to Protocol A, who would be the contact. We provide design specifications, and whenever there's an event or an announcement that the designee would email our out front contact the finished artwork to display on the sign, and we would put it into rotation when space becomes available. The one thing that is discussed in the protocol that I just want to point out, because it's something that needs to just kind of be said, is the ads have to be like politically neutral, and the town can't monetize the opportunity. So it's not something that you could sell as like a sponsorship package. It's just something to kind of announce the event and let people know what's going on.
Thank you. And do you have any other comments to add to this proposal to the board?
Yeah, I think the only other thing I would say is, we're a big national company, but honestly, we're very localized. We have a lot of partnerships throughout the state of New Jersey. We have 2 offices here in the state, one in Lakewood, another here in Fairfield, where I'm based. We're easily accessible to the town, and we want to be a good neighbor and partner with the town. We're excited by this technology, as are our advertisers. And, we look forward to hopefully getting an approval tonight and working with the town moving forward.
Thank you. Does the board have any questions of Mr. Antal before I let him go?
I do have a couple of questions. What is the protection for the town if for some reason you can't sell the space or decide that the billboard is not profitable, that it doesn't become a derelict sign on the site? Do you have a protocol to remove it? That's the first question. The second question is, do you rent out your signs for cell space, for cell towers, or is it just your sign? Are we going to see other things hanging off the sign? And then lastly, what do you do for safety as far as maybe children climbing up there or getting into the sign and possibly climbing the ladder? Those are my 3 questions.
I'm going to try to remember. Can we go back to the first question? Can you say it again for me?
How do we protect ourselves from your sign becoming like a derelict sign if you decide it's not profitable or you don't want to use it anymore?
Great question. So we actually are governed by the New Jersey Department of Transportation Billboard Division in that nature. We have to keep our structures and signs in good working condition, and they do issue violations if things get out of line. At the same time, I would assume that perhaps there are some type of local codes or ordinances that your town has where things have to be kept in a certain working order. But if it's not in good condition, we can't sell it. Our clients don't want to be on something that is ugly and not visually pleasing. That being the case, if a sign were for some reason to become unprofitable, that is, and we would have to have an agreement with the property owner where we wouldn't renew our lease, and we would take our structure out of the ground and we would move on.
And just
Okay, my second question, I'm sorry.
Oh, sorry. I was just going to give a follow-up to that question, that in addition to the New Jersey Department of Transportation issuing violations, they also have the ability to revoke a permit if it's not meeting those specifications anymore. Is that correct?
That is correct. If we operate, if we are violated and found to be not in compliance, we're putting motion on the billboard or something like that, not only can we lose the permit and that location, we can lose our license to do business in the state of New Jersey.
Okay, and then my other question was about do you lease out like for cell antennas on your signs, or is it just going to be a nice clean sign?
There are some locations where we do have macro and micro cell towers attached to our billboard structures. However, if that were a condition of approval from this board that we could not do that, we would abide by that condition of approval. However, if there were to be one requested to be installed, they would have to come in front of this board to get that approval. They can't just go and do it on our structure. They have to have the right permitting from the state and the town and any other thing that they're required to do.
And then my last one was, what do you do as far as safety at the bottom of the tower for prevent somebody from possibly climbing or getting to that ladder?
The ladders, the access ladder is at a height that is not standard for somebody to reach. It's not like 5-6 feet off the ground. We're talking 12 feet in the air before you could get to it. So you would have to bring some type of apparatus to climb it. However, there is a ability to put a locking mechanism on the ladder itself so that you cannot access the structure without, having a key to get onto the ladder.
Thank you.
I got a question, and apologies if they've been covered, but who has editorial rights on the messages on the board?
I'm sorry, my computer was breaking up. Can you repeat that, please?
Who has editorial rights on the messages that go on the board?
So as far as the review of copy, we do have a review committee. It is approved both locally and at a corporate level. So we do review creative for any type of continuity and standards, both at a local level and a corporate level.
Okay, and some of those standards might be what? I mean, you mentioned before, political messages can't go up there. What are some examples of other things that we were not going to see there?
A good example would be tobacco. Anything, a tobacco product of some kind. We don't typically accept adult-oriented businesses in our market. Some of the things that might also be excluded would be attack ads where they're attacking a person, their character or what have you. Those are the types of things that you wouldn't see displayed.
As a follow-up, you said you don't typically accept adult ads. What does typically mean in this context?
Right, it's a good question because adult can be viewed in many different ways. So we would look to abide by local community standards, and it's a judgment call, honestly. But the review process is rather robust both at a local and a corporate level. So I feel that we have the ability to monitor and make sure it falls within a standard that's acceptable.
Is there a feedback loop with the town though? I mean, it sounds like this is all in your control.
It is under our control, yes.
Okay, thank you.
I have a
Yes.
question.
Mhm.
Based on what you just heard, is there anything that you feel we might consider questionable that you've seen approved by your local internal review board?
I don't believe so. I can't think of an example that would qualify for that.
Okay. I guess it's kind of hard to be broad but be specific. But I kind of think you know what we're getting at.
I think I do.
Well, I mean, as clean as possible. I guess as wholesome as possible without sort of cutting into your bottom line, so to speak.
And this is the type of feedback that, you know, goes into the thought process when we are reviewing copy.
And I would assume, I think you covered this when you talked about political messaging, but I would assume there's zero political messaging.
No, I wouldn't say that. I think the comment I was talking about was the time given to the town for public service messaging, and that it needed to be politically neutral. We do accept political copy. Typically, it is, you know, vote for this candidate, vote for that candidate. We don't like to go down the road of, you know, attack ads in political arena. It's definitely a bit of a slippery slope in that regard.
What about issue-oriented things such as, well, I'm thinking specifically of something like abortion that aggravates half the people if you put it on for, and the other half would disagree. Is that part of your, well, we'll talk about it and see what it sounds like, or how do you do that?
It goes through the internal review process. What issue oriented, whether it's for or against any particular issue. You know, we want to be sensitive to what's going on in the world at any given moment. You know, we don't necessarily want to get in the middle of an argument, but at the same time, being a mass media, it is sometimes our obligation to, you know, work with both sides or one side, depending on, you know, who's looking to put a message out there. You know, one of the things that, and I think I'm kind of circling back to what was talked about before, is like a gentleman's club or something like that in one of the other questions, where, you know, currently we don't accept that type of copy. You know, with issue oriented, you know, it's something that we have to look at the surrounding issues that are going on in the world.
Would you walk me through the process of your committee arrangements to decide whether something suits Outfront's criteria?
Yeah, the first part of that process is a local review. So myself and my department heads would review the creative to see if there's anything that's putting up any red flags. That's the first stop, is really the local side, because we are in the market where it's going to be displayed. From there, it goes to our corporate committee, which consists of not just marketing and sales management, but also legal management, so that, you know, people in the corporation from all different departments are reviewing it to ensure that it's not something that is going to, you know, put us in a position we don't want to be in.
Those are a lot of nice words, but I'm asking for specifically what happens. Is it 3 people that sit in a room over a cup of coffee? Is it?
I apologize. I misunderstood. Everything that we do typically is through email. So it's an email piece of creative that comes in. It's reviewed through an email chain. When it goes to the corporate level, they review it independently and come to a consensus and give us their decision via email.
Just to confirm, John, an advertiser is not just sending you an advertisement that's automatically just going to go onto the sign. You have a team, you guys review it, and then you confirm whether or not is it acceptable. And if there are any questions, it is addressed by your legal team as well as your corporate team.
Correct. And if I had to put a percentage on anything that has to go through that process, it's less than 5%. The vast majority of the creative that we deal and the clients we work with are just your standard business clients. It's not something where every day we're back and forth and that's somebody's full-time job is doing that, because it's not something that happens very often.
And if there is something that is questionable or is part of the content that you would not normally permit, you would tell the advertiser that it's unacceptable, and perhaps you might assist them with creating a creative advertisement that may be acceptable.
Correct. If the ad is deemed unacceptable, we would help them and try to, make it acceptable so that we're bridging the gap between them. And hope some people take you up on the offer, some people walk away. And that's, what we have to deal with being a business.
Any additional questions, Mr. Disco?
I have 3, and maybe the first one, if we could circle back to Exhibit A1, the aerial exhibit. I think I heard that there was a 3,000-foot limitation in the directional, in the one direction of, I guess, a NJDOT right away.
3,000 linear feet between digital billboards on the same side of the highway.
Okay. On this map, could you point out what 3,000 feet represents, or if it's beyond the limits of the map?
Did not create this map, so I do not.
Yeah, the engineer may be better suited to answer that question. So if
Yeah, I'm not going to be able to do that myself. I would need the engineer to point that out.
I heard when you discussed Protocol B, the caveat if space is available. It seems to me you're going to easily be able to have 8 advertisements in that 64-second period. So in effect, the sample municipal messaging, how do we know we're going to get that? Because it's only if space is available. That could be very unlikely.
I wouldn't expect it to be unlikely. Typically, our digital billboards are sold 80 to 85% of the time, leaving about 15 to 20% of the time unoccupied. We do have, notice beyond the municipal messaging, we do have public service partners that we advertise as well. To put that into perspective a little bit, when we come to prioritize those things, we do prioritize the town first, and then our public service advertising. So if we had 3 spots available, we would have one to the town, 2 to the public service advertisers, because there's more than one public service advertiser. But we would make sure that if there was only 1 spot available, the town would be the one getting displayed rather than the public service advertising, because being a part of the local community is very important. We value our partnerships with our public service advertisers, but they are not location specific, whereas the town, it's location specific. So we want to make sure we bring that to the town.
Could you guarantee us a certain amount of time?
If that was something that the board was looking for as part of the conditions of approval, we would consider that, yes.
What if we said, if there's a vacancy, it's 1 per 8 flips. If there's none, it's 1 per 16, and put it as a condition?
1 per 16. Oh, so
So every other. So we'd still have space, but you still have your advertisers.
yes, we could work with that. Yes.
I mean, if the board is in agreement with that being a good compromise.
And I'm going to do the math off the back of just the number of flips. That would equal approximately 90 minutes of advertising per display per day. If it's 8 seconds a flip and it's displayed every other 64-second loop, it would work out to 90 minutes per face. So 3 hours between the
Right.
two.
And that would be in the event that there were no vacancies. Otherwise, we'd be able to utilize the space.
Correct. It would be dedicated to the town. We would make sure that that would be held available for when the town wants to use it. You would be displayed at least once every other 64-second loop.
Okay.
Circling back to that 3,000 feet, 3,000 feet that you mentioned before, is that 360 degrees, or is that just linearly along Route 78 or 24?
It's linear along Route 78.
Yeah, I mean, it's the sign, you're going to see it if you were driving on Main Street, perhaps, or on Springfield Avenue, perhaps. Is that 3,000 foot description or that barrier, that invisible barrier that you are describing, is that a circle, or is that just literally, is that just over the a radius of Route 78 as opposed to around the whole area that the sign might be visible?
It is linear feet along the highway it is oriented to.
However, our engineer can follow up on that as well, because there are circumstances where if a sign is visible to more than one roadway, it has different spacing considerations. And also we'll have testimony regarding the sign and the visibility within a cone of vision later, which may help also to describe the spacing requirements.
Thank you.
Thanks.
And the last question I had, I heard the applicant say can't sell it in reference to an earlier question. So are these types of billboard signs sold by Outfront Media? Because I think that's important for the board, because you're representing certain things here. But if you sell the sign to a different entity, we're at a new baseline on that. So I would want some language in, if there's going to be a motion contemplated at some point, that we would be protected in that regard. But I would like to get a sense of the frequency of Outfront Media actually selling a location or a leased location.
So you're actually talking about like physically transferring it to another operator?
Yes.
Okay, we're in the business of buying them, not so much selling. Our company is in a growth mode. So we're obviously here, we're going to add this to our inventory of 3,500 displays in Northern New Jersey, our 81 digitals. It's, our intention to stay and operate the sign for its entirety, for its life.
Thank you.
Any other members of the board have any questions for this witness? Okay, do we have any members of the public that have any questions for this witness? If so, please state your name and address in the Q&A or hit *9 on your phone. I'm seeing none. Okay. Before we call the next witness, I would like to take a 2-minute break, if that's okay with everybody. And before we take a break, I just want to announce for anyone that might be here on the application, Jen, sorry, the Jaja application, the address, I'm just not finding it in the old applications. Do you have that available? You're muted.
Sorry, I'll pull it up for you.
Okay, thank you.
29 Mex or Meek Street.
Thank you.
Okay, 29 Meek Street. If there's anyone, any member of the public that is here on that application, it is our understanding that the applicant has decided to work with the township within the township's regulations. And if there is a need for them to come back to the board, there will be a new notice that is issued to the property owners and in the general publication. So they will not be heard this evening, and they will not be appearing before the board. And with that, I'm going to take a 2-minute break. So I will see you at 7:20.
For anyone who is still here, we are still live. So just wanted to let you know that that doesn't cut off. Thank you.
Thanks, Jen.
Hello?
Bruce?
Yeah, my computer said my microphone wasn't working, but apparently it is.
Okay. Perfect. All right. We're back at 7:22. I just want to make sure for any members of the board that I can't see that you are, okay, you are present. Excellent. Okay.
I am here.
Perfect. Thank you.
So yeah, I'm here.
Excellent. Thank you.
Me too.
Thank you. Okay, so we're all back. Okay, great. If you would like to continue with your next witness.
Thank you. Next, I'd like to present Mr. Michael Tantala from Tantala Associates, who will be providing engineering and traffic testimony regarding this application. Mr. Chantala, could you please be sworn?
Oh, hold on, actually, I don't see Bruce.
Oh.
He thought he had an audio issue during the break, so he may have logged off and trying to log back in.
Okay, let's just give him 1 minute.
I'll call him.
Thank you.
His computer froze, so he's rebooting right now.
Okay, so we'll just give it a minute. Thank you.
No problem.
question for Jen and I guess the chair. If Bruce can't get back on, do we hold the application?
We may not need to answer that because I think that he just popped up in the Zoom.
Fantabulous.
Bruce, are you with us?
I don't believe his audio is connected yet.
Okay. Jen, do you want to just reach out to see if there's a connection issue or if we're just, or if it's just
Sure, I will give him a call.
dialing in?
Yep.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, great.
Welcome back, Bruce.
Sorry about that. I don't know why my computer is still not working, but okay. Go ahead. Sorry.
Be expected in this new technological world. So, okay. Thank you everyone for your patience and we can proceed.
Thank you. So I guess Mr. Tantella was just about to be sworn.
Okay. Try again. Please raise your right hand. I can't, I can only see. Okay.
Yep,
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Please state your full name, spell your last name, and give us your business address.
Michael W. Tantella, Tantala. My address is 6200 Frankfurt Avenue, Philadelphia, PA 19135.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Tantella, could you please give the board the benefit of your background and experience?
Yes, good evening. Thank you for hearing me today. I'm a civil engineer in private practice with my firm. I've been with Tantella Associates, a family firm, for 20 years. We've been in practice for almost 6 decades. In terms of, I'm a licensed professional engineer by the state of New Jersey. I'm currently licensed in 10 states. I've earned, in terms of education, I've earned my Bachelor of Science in Engineering degree from the University of Pennsylvania and my Master of Science in Engineering degree from Princeton University. I've also earned a Master of Arts from Princeton University. Each of my engineering degrees are in civil engineering. I also teach. I'm an adjunct professor at the City College of New York, and have also lectured at the University of Pennsylvania, at Princeton University, and at Harvard. My specific expertise today is as a professional engineer and also as a researcher who has published transportation research concerning traffic safety and signage. In terms of, as a professional engineer with my firm, I practice in several disciplines, including transportation, site civil, structural, geotechnical, and others. Specifically, as it relates to signage, I've been involved with design, engineering, development, placement, siting, traffic analysis, lighting concerns, inspection, feasibility, and traffic safety concerns. And I've worked on several hundred sign locations in all of these aspects. I've been qualified as an expert in over 20 states and over 50 different townships and transportation boards. I've published with the Transportation Research Board of the National Academies and also the Institute of Transportation Engineers. Specifically for testimony in New Jersey, most recently I've testified in Burlington County, Chesterfield Township, Monmouth County, Hazlet Township, Middlesex County, Old Bridge Township, and Burlington County, Bordentown Township.
Thank you.
Ms. Berardo, are you introducing him as an expert in civil engineering as well as a traffic expert? Is that?
Civil engineering and traffic, correct.
Okay. Do any of the board members have any objections to qualifying this witness as an expert in engineering and traffic engineering? Okay, you may continue. He is
Thank
fine.
you.
Thank you. Mr. Tantella, could you please advise the board what you've reviewed in preparation of this application?
Certainly. I've visited this site multiple times and its surrounding areas. I've driven the I-78 during day and nighttime conditions. I've helped prepare the application and collected and researched information related to New Jersey DOT specifications, New Jersey DOT speed limits, traffic counts, township requirements. I've also prepared exhibits, including a site drawing and a brightness analysis exhibit. And I've performed calculations and analysis as it relates to engineering parameters, which include distances, viewing angles, sign geometry, travel times, etc. And finally, I was involved with, in terms of the exhibits, a crane test, which cited where the sign would be placed so that we could develop renderings to show to the board what the sign would look like in eastbound and westbound direction of Interstate 78.
Thank you. And with that, I would just like to mark A8 as the signed site plan package, which is prepared by Tantella Associates and dated March 5th, 2020. And if we could put A8 up on the screen, please. Okay.
Is there
Mr.
a particular
Tantella.
section you want me to zoom in on as we go along? Just let me know, please.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Could you just please ID the location of the proposed sign, where it will be going?
Certainly. This is my site plan, and in the lower left-hand corner is a site plan detail 2. It shows in blue the sign shaped as a V, which is a proposed multi-message off-premise advertising sign. Each side of the V is a face. It's a double face sign. Each face is 20 feet high by 50 feet wide. The proposed height of the sign, the overall height from grade to top of sign, is 50 feet. And the back of the V has a spread of approximately 20 feet proposed.
And could you just describe what are some of the existing conditions on the site and some of the adjacencies in the area?
Certainly. As previously testified by John Antal as well, the site is generally to the south of Interstate 78. It's bounded by the eastbound lanes of I-78. The site is to the west of Edison Place, which terminates in a cul-de-sac. It's generally shown to the west of an existing one-story building, approximately 24,682 square feet of footprint area. To the south of the sign is shown asphalt parking for that one-story lot. The address of the property is 11 Edison Place. Generally, further west of the site is undeveloped forested area, and you can also see this in the upper right-hand corner, which shows an aerial location reference. This is a similar aerial that was previously shown in Exhibit A1. So you can see the building labeled as number 11 in the center of this aerial, and the sign to the west, directly to the west of the building and to the south of I-78, again shown in blue. The proposed sign, as I said, is a V-shaped structure. It's a single mount, single pole support. The faces connect to a torsion tube. The torsion tube mounts to a single pole column, and it has a minimal embedded footprint at grade there, just north of the parking lot.
Thank you. And can you just please go through the setback and height and how it sort of interacts with this particular location and visibility to the roadway here?
Certainly. Detail 2 in the lower left-hand corner is a plan view, and it shows the sign located approximately 310 feet east of the Main Street overpass, which is labeled and tied to the permit by the New Jersey DOT. And if we could go to the upper left, that will show in detail 5, that will show the sign face geometry. And what you see here, thank you very much. What you see here is the proposed height of the sign, 50 feet, faces 20 by 50, and this shows the setback of the sign face. This is a view looking at the sign face in the eastbound direction. It's looking southeastward as labeled below, but it's looking in the eastbound direction of I-78. And it shows a setback from the I-78 right-of-way line and property line of 5 feet to the edge of face, which again is 50 feet wide. That 20 by 50 foot sign face is 1,000 square foot multi-message sign face. And here shown is the upright, generally approximately 6 feet in diameter, although it varies per structural design, but it's generally for this size sign, 6 feet in diameter. The grade of the lot is situated a little bit lower than the I-78 road surface, which is also shown to the left of this sign. The sign has an apron, and as I said, this is a V, so there's another panel behind the sign face shown.
I'd like to mark A9, the simulations and renderings, please. Thank you. Now, Mr. Chantella, can you please just describe these simulations and just give a little bit of background on how particularly these are created?
Certainly. These photos are taken from I-78. We'll see both directions at different distances, but essentially how these simulations are created, a crane is physically placed at the location where the sign is proposed, and it's called a crane test. The crane raises a wood marker or measuring stick the length of the height of the face, so that we can actually see the location of the height of the sign, the height of the sign face, and then we can render in exactly to scale the digital face, which is shown here in brown, just above the silver car that's shown in the on the left here. So you could see at a distance, this current view shows I-78 traveling westbound, and this is about 600 feet in advance of the sign. So this is typically what's called a cross read, which means drivers viewing this face, which advertises to westbound traffic, view across other lanes and see the sign at a distance here about 600 feet in advance of the sign location. If we could go to the next page. And here is the sign, again, shown in brown copy. To the left, the cross read, about 450 feet, a little closer, 150 feet closer than the last view. At a distance, you can see also the Main Street overpass, which is currently undergoing some renovations. Next slide. So this is the opposite direction in the center lanes. There are actually 11 lanes that make up I-78 at this location. There are local lanes on the outside here headed eastbound on the right side, and in the center, which is about the center of view of this sign route, is the express lanes. So there are 3 express lanes shown here. So, and you can see at a distance the Main Street overpass. Again, this is for traffic headed eastbound. On the right-hand side, you could see just peeking out above it that brown face and its corner, which again is 50 feet high relative to the grade. And this is about 600 feet in advance of the sign. This is typically what we call a right-hand read. So unlike the westbound direction, this eastbound direction is to the right and is typically referred to as a right-hand read. If we could go to the next slide. This is a little bit closer view, same direction, eastbound, 450 feet in advance of the sign. Really, the brown copy is through the fence atop the edges of the Main Street overpass. Next slide. That's the last one. Okay.
Yep. Okay. So in the context that we just saw with those renderings, could you just sort of give us some background in traffic and how this sign will impact motorists on the roadway?
So generally, when we look at signage, we look at the driver's experience, and the driver's experience typically is to notice a sign at a distance and cue in their mind as they get closer to it if they'd like to read it. There's a certain zone in which drivers take glances at the sign. So the driver's primary focus is on the roadway, and there are all these other little things that they may choose to look at and take short glances at as they're going about their way. And at some point, they go from seeing the sign at a distance to being within a zone, a viewer reaction zone, we typically call it, to be able to read the sign. They'll still be looking at the route, but taking glances if they choose to read the sign or see other features on the side of the road. Those glances are very short. They're typically less than 0.2 of a second at the very most. And when we look at this as a traffic analysis, we look at where the driver sees the sign first, how much time they have to read the sign when they get closer to it, how far over they have to look and how far up they have to look, how far their eyes have to travel from a center of vision. And we not only quantify those in terms of distances, but we look at the speed limit and prevalent speeds on these routes and quantify that in terms of seconds and how long they have to view this sign. So this type of analysis, this what they typically call a cone of vision analysis, quantifies how long drivers see the sign, how far over they have to look, how far up they have to look. Is it appropriate for drivers given the road geometry, the setback of the sign, and what decision points are along the route that they have to make? And is there sufficient time for them to perform all the tasks they need to do? And in doing this analysis, what we found is that it is sufficient time, adequate time in both the eastbound and westbound directions. There are adequate lines of sight for drivers to read these at the posted speed limits. And we compare them with other criteria, federal criteria and New Jersey DOT criteria, which relate to, as previously discussed, spacing of these signs, sizes of these signs. Are they large enough to be seen at the distances that they need to be seen from? And then specifically with digital technology, the timing of these signs, how they change, that there's no animation, that they display a static image for a set period of time. Here, 8 seconds is the New Jersey DOT minimum requirement, and that's what's proposed in this location. So in an overview, there's no adverse digital effect related to traffic safety as this sign is proposed. And there have been a number of studies that support that. A number of studies, for instance, the National Highway Transportation Safety Agency did what they call a 100-car naturalistic study. And this was a study where they actually would map how long in glance time 100 drivers, 100 cars look at different features on the road, not just advertising or off-premise signs, but directional signs, other traffic features. And specific to this type of digital technology and any kind of feature on the road, they found that anything over a 2-second glance time constituted a risk. And what research has shown by the Federal Highway Administration and others, Virginia Tech Transportation Institute, is that these types of signs have at most a sustained glance of about 0.2 of a second. So that's far less than the threshold safety standard of a 2-second glance sustained at a sign. Some of the other things we look at are brightness and illumination, and I'll talk about that with a later exhibit.
And so just to confirm, it would be your opinion that this particular sign can be maintained within the appropriate parameters of safety?
It's my professional opinion that this will be a safe sign in terms of traffic safety, yes.
And also that it meets the New Jersey criteria, New Jersey Department of Transportation criteria, as well as the federal criteria.
That is correct. It meets those criteria, and you know, other things we look for, that it doesn't conflict with you know, other official signage, it doesn't mimic other official signage, and that it meets those controls. And in all those cases, this conforms both federal criteria and New Jersey DOT criteria. And that, incidentally, is why a permit was issued.
Thank you. So now I'd like to mark A10, which is a lighting module. And if we were in person, we would have the physical module that we would be able to pass around, but we're going to have to utilize this photograph to suffice here, and hopefully the description will be sufficient. Mr. Chantella, could you please just go through and describe what these photographs show and indicate?
So to produce an image, these digital faces, which are 20 by 50, are actually made up of much smaller panels. And these panels are further made up of individual LED lights, elements, red, green, and blue diodes that when shown in different combinations can mimic the image that you see at a distance. So this is very much distinct from a conventional or vinyl billboard where the billboard is illuminated by a light fixture that's shown with an arm extended away from the face, and the light is literally bounced on the face in all directions. Here, light comes from these LED diodes, and the combinations make up the image, but these LED diodes are distinct because they are a much more controlled form of lighting. The light brightness and intensity is what we call directional lighting. It directs lighting at the road, principally at the road. And that's accomplished not only through the diodes and the type of construction, but these louvers that you see that run vertically on this image in each direction. And these louvers, these little fins that are between each column of diode sets, actually cut off the light at different angles. So to give an example, if I were to stand directly in front of this LED billboard, multi-message billboard, I would see the image at a set intensity. But as I start to stand at oblique angles from that board, the brightness actually diminishes in terms of the louvers and the technology that it's cutting off that brightness. And I'll show other exhibits, but if we could go to the next slide, I'll just show this panel first. So this is a side view of that panel. Again, we'd be looking to the toward these louvers, but you could see these louvers, they actually filter the light and cut it off at certain angles so that light doesn't spill over the side of the board, doesn't bounce in directions other than principally at the road that it's intended to advertise. So the light is efficiently directed at that road and there's no spillage. And in fact, the brightness is minimized, as we'll see in a later exhibit. Next slide. This is a close-up of those louvers, and you can see there are different stages here. The three dots in the middle are the different diodes that are shown. And these diodes with these basic colors can make up billions of combinations of colors when viewed afar. So copy is actually transmitted to the sign. It's sent to the face where it's recreated as an image by these lights. This shows the interior louvers that direct the light to the public, but this just gives you a little insight into one of the controls that really limit light spillage. And you don't get that advantage with traditional vinyl signage that bounces light off the face. This actually limits it and shrouds it as it's coming out so that it's principally intended to the route that's shown. I don't know if there's another slide with these. I know we would normally pass these around, but that's part of the technology. So these little panels make up a face, and the image is transmitted and sent to this face. With that control, beyond brightness, we can also exactly meet the standards by the New Jersey DOT in terms of the display time. There's no animation, no movement, no motion of any kind that's exhibited by these digital faces, these multi-message faces. So there's no sweeps or flashing, and the ads display a static image for 8 seconds in this case, and when they change instantaneously, less than a second. So there's no fades in or out or anything like that. Another thing to just talk about the technology here, when I say this is a controlled technology, controlled installation, it directs brightness efficiently. It controls its timing very efficiently. Also, there is a photo cell attached to the sign that monitors ambient light throughout the day. So the brightness of the sign adjusts itself so that it's no more than a certain threshold above an established level, whether it's a overcast rainy day or whether it's a bright sunny day. It's constantly monitoring the ambient light level condition and factoring that into the brightness output of the sign. And these sign standards for brightness were developed very much by studying conventional signage and the brightness that they appear at. And I'll talk about that with, I think, my next exhibit in a little more detail, what that threshold and standard of brightness is, what that light output in terms of a footprint looks like on the ground, and how that's efficiently directed in this location by plan.
Perfect, thank you. So if we could just have A11, which is a lighting parabola, then Mike can just go into exactly how each of these panels interact and the light source that is shielded and directed towards the roadway.
I'm not seeing A11 in the files that Jen got for me.
I may not have received that one. Perhaps somebody can screen share it.
I can, if necessary.
Great, thanks.
Okay. Thank you. Can everyone see my screen now?
Yes.
Okay. So this is marked Exhibit A11. It's an exhibit which I prepared. It shows the proposed sign here to the south side, directly south of the eastbound local lanes of I-78. The west face advertises to eastbound traffic, and the east face advertises to westbound traffic. So cars going along here on the eastbound will see this face. And what I've shown here is a standard lighting exhibit analysis. We look at where the sign's located, and we include this light footprint, sometimes known as a lighting parabola, sometimes known as a brightness footprint. And the standard for this size sign, a 20 by 50 sign, is that the brightness of the face will not exceed 0.3 of a foot candle above ambient light as measured 350 feet from that face. So if I go 350 feet out directly, this footprint here will not exceed 0.3 of a foot candle. A foot candle is the amount of light put out by a candle measured at 1 foot from the flame. So light intensity is often quantified in terms of foot candles. And here, what this is saying is that the amount of additional brightness above ambient light that sign face contributes at this distance will not exceed 0.3 of a foot candle above ambient light. So on a dark night, it will be a very dim sign that it'll dim to not exceed that threshold of 0.3 of a foot candle. On a bright day, it'll adjust accordingly so that the sign can be seen. There's no contrast issues, but it will not exceed that 0.3 of a foot candle. And that's how we get these outer limits that are established by this brightness exhibit. One for the traffic to eastbound direction, and one for the traffic for the opposing face to westbound traffic. A few things I'll say about brightness and digital multi-message panels like this. brightness comes from a source, and the light that's emitted from that source diminishes as it gets further from that source. And it not only diminishes linearly from that source, it diminishes with the square of distance. So it actually drops off dramatically. So the further I get from this 350 feet out, it's not going to be half of it. If I were to go 750 feet or 700 feet out, it would actually diminish even greater as distance increases. The reason also that these shapes sort of have an egg shape, almost like glasses here, they're not perfect circles, because at different angles, this intensity of light drops off. So if I were to look at the sign due south, look at it right at its edge at the point of the V, looking down from the road, the brightness would be very minimal in that those louvers would shield any overspillage of light in either direction. So all the while, the reason this is not a perfect sphere or a perfect circle, all these areas in and along here get reduced light. The light is principally directed to the road. Another thing that's done to effectively direct brightness, so it's just to the road and not to any surrounding areas, is the V itself. So the spread of the sign is done to face the driver in the zone in which they're reading the message or copy on the face in either direction. So this one faces about this general zone, and as they get closer, they're not going to look as far over to see that sign, and they go on their merry way. And the same thing in the east direction. Here, they'll see the sign. They'll actually start to read it about 4 seconds in advance of Main Street, where they can see the face directly under Main Street as they're approaching it, go under Main Street and take glances at the sign as they're on their way. Some of the things that this exhibit highlights also is that the height's appropriate, because there's a fair amount of vegetation in either direction. So the height and setback are chosen such that it's on the property, such that it can be read at the distances in either lane that they want to be read, and such that drivers have adequate time to see that. That being said, there are other advantages with this sign in terms of visibility and brightness, in terms of not seeing it from other areas along Main Street, along Springfield Ave and along Victory Ave and Maple Ave to the south. In these directions, you're not going to see the sign face directly. You're going to see the back of the structure, which has no illuminated portion. If you are at an angle and happen to pick up a small portion of the sign over the tops of these structures and over all the vegetation that's in either area, you're not going to see much of it in terms of brightness, because you're going to be at a very oblique angle to the sign, where those louvers effectively limit the brightness, limit the visibility, and really the sign is not visible above these areas, with the exception of just a few little spot locations where you're looking at the back of the sign or looking at edges or portions of the sign that don't have brightness from the road. So this effectively advertises it directly to I-78, limits the brightness in either direction, and is appropriately sized, heighted, on the basis of calculation, in my professional opinion.
So Mr. Chantella, while we have these circles here, which indicate the 0.3 foot candles above ambient, you have also a dense set of foliage in this area, which would also be limiting and shielding any potential light in this area.
That's correct.
As well as the surrounding buildings.
Actually, to both sides, along the westbound direction, the local lanes of I-78, there's a healthy amount of vegetation all along here. And also along the eastbound side, vegetation directly to the west, which is perfectly sited for the zone in which the drivers read it from the local and the express lanes. Vegetation to the east along Edison Place, with higher trees in and along here, as well as the higher structures and buildings in and along here. So the combination of these factors really make this for a de minimis sign in terms of visibility and lighting and visibility of the structure even. It really is principally advertising to I-78 in terms of how it's oriented, how the geometry faces the signs, its technology in terms of the brightness, that photocell that I mentioned that measures light throughout the day, ambient light, and it's strictly controlled to display only static imagery for 8 seconds and then change instantaneously to the next image. So there are a number of controls from size, brightness, structure, geometry, and lighting that are really work here well with the environment of the trees surrounding the vicinity of this sign, the structures, and just the orientation of the roads relative to other areas further south.
Thank you. And just to confirm, this is if the board is completely white, which it usually never is. It would be at the highest brightness light level.
That's exactly correct. So this limit of 3/10 of a foot candle, this light limit is at its very worst case if it had completely white copy. In reality, the sign displays content and other colors other than white. Very rarely do you see a white multi-message board. So the content actually makes this a much more conservative brightness analysis. So this is a worst case 3/10 of a foot candle at 350 feet. When you introduce content, my experience is that you get a third to a half of that in reality. So when we're not showing the white content, when we're actually showing copy on these signs, which is what this sign is proposed to do, in reality, these limits will get nowhere near that upper limit of a third of a foot candle above ambient light. It'll more than likely be a 1/10 of a foot candle above ambient light, but it will vary from copy, but it will always be below that limit, which is established through numerous studies and other regulatory agencies.
Okay, thank you. And do you see any site plan concerns with this proposal and this application?
In my professional opinion, no. This site, as proposed, the sign generates no traffic. It requires minimal site visits, so they don't have to change the copy as they did in days of past. They send the message only if there's an error with the board. Do they send somebody out to service? And that's far fewer trips than a conventional sign. In the event of an error, there also is a camera, and they do turn off the board. So this board has a camera mounted displaying the image so that there's no errors or anything like that. If there are, the board is turned off. The board itself, the sign structure itself has a very minimal footprint. The column only, which embeds into the ground. Generally no more for this size sign, generally no more than 6 feet in diameter, maybe even smaller once the structural design is complete. It takes up a small portion of the lot. It generates no drainage issues, no stormwater issues, other than the footprint of the sign. It doesn't take any impervious area and doesn't create any pollution issues in terms of runoff or anything like that. It doesn't generate any sound. There's no sound that's audible at the base of the sign or at a distance. So there are no traditional site plan concerns specifically with this proposed location. And that's what makes it a good location to have and a good use in this area close to the interstate. Relative to the safety concern with, I believe John and Tal addressed it, but this sign is an elevated structure, and to access it, there's a ladder. The start of the ladder is set much higher that you really can't climb the sign without access by a truck to get to the top of the bottom of the ladder to climb up to access the sign. And that also makes it efficient.
Thank you. And so based on your professional opinion and the review that you've conducted on this proposal, would you say that the sign can be constructed and operated within safe parameters?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Does the board have any questions of Mr. Chantella?
Do you have any members of the board have any questions at this time for this witness? I'll get, Mike, I'll get to you in a second. Okay, to our professionals, Mr. Disco.
Could you comment on what the maximum and minimum sign sizes are permitted by DOT?
Yes, they permit up to 1,200 square feet. This is less than that, 1,000 square feet on this type of route.
Does DOT stipulate minimum or maximum sign heights?
They do not. They represent sign faces. So in terms of square footage, up to, as I said, 1,200 square feet. In terms of height, they do not. They constrain spacing relative to the sign. And that's been discussed before here, a 3,000-foot spacing. Just for the record, I heard earlier the question about the one exhibit A1, what kind of distance that represents in terms of the location of the sign. And generally that exhibit shows about 1,000 feet in either direction of the sign. So in terms of that 3,000-foot spacing, you'd be looking at to the west, Morris Ave is about 2,400 feet. And to the east of the sign, Springfield Ave crosses 78, about 2,800 feet.
Okay, you said the height was appropriate, but the height exceeds our maximum height permitted in the district. So can't there be a sign 40 feet high?
For this location, in my professional opinion, no, sir. 50 feet is the minimal height that's appropriate for this location because the sign itself has to be read. So the 50-foot high sign, 20 feet of that is the face. So the bottom of the face is 30 feet. So when you factor into line of sight analysis from the cross read for drivers headed westbound, they have to be able to see over tractor trailers in the eastbound direction, that cross read. And it's not a direct linear comparison. The drivers are actually driving along the route and they're looking up, taking glances if they choose to, short glances, and they're at an angle. So when we look at what we call the cone of vision, we're looking at the zone in which they read the sign, how far over the driver has to look, the sign setback, and how far up the driver has to look. And we look at that very carefully for a zone. We calculate those angles and we can actually cite the distance of where that's principally got to be centered for them to see the bottom, center, and top of the face across those directions. In the eastbound direction, there's certainly an issue with the Main Street overpass. So the sign has to be, at the right height for a driver to be able to see it, distinguish it, read it, and again, pass and have enough time to read it and pass past that sign and be on their merry way. So it's a delicate calculation in terms of height, the size of the face, and it's not just height and not just those angles, because the higher a sign goes, the further back a driver has to read it, and the bigger the face has to be. So when I say this sign is appropriate in height and in face size, I mean that it's appropriate relative to a driver's cone of vision, traditional traffic analysis, and all of those angles and distances. Another factor that relates to this is speed. So how long the driver has to read in a certain zone, has to read that face. It has to be an adequate size. So in my practice, I like a sign to be low to the road and close to a driver's center of vision, and big enough that they can read the copy on it at the distance that they need to read it. But there is a bare minimum, because they have to be above cross read distances of traffic going by. There's also, for the eastbound direction, a lot of vegetation in that area. So it has to be in that sweet spot, not too high, not too low. And that's how we came up with that determination. And that's amplified by the simulations and exhibits that were shown. So not only did I calculate this with pen to paper to make a recommendation on height, but through a crane test, we measured it physically in the field at different spots along the road in each direction to make sure that it's appropriate. And you see in some of the exhibits where the trees start to crop in either direction. So it really is a sweet spot to not make it too high and to not make it too low.
So I think what I'm hearing though is there might be different answers for the eastbound and westbound for this location. The eastbound, I guess, view of the sign is dictated by the Main Street crossing and the vegetation to some degree. Is that fair?
That's a fair statement. Generally, in designing these, I look at the driver's experience, and I like a driver to note a sign at a distance, even if they can't read it, even if it's poking out above that Main Street and its fence, that they'll know that there's a sign there in advance. They may choose to ignore it as they get closer, but in both directions, a driver at a distance notices a sign at a distance. They get a little bit closer to within that zone, and they take their glances. Specifically with the eastbound, I believe the height's appropriate just to give it enough above that Main Street so people can notice at a distance there's a sign behind the Main Street overpass, and right before Main Street, they'll be able to read that sign, and that's when they start that reading time and they're going along, both for the local and the express lanes in that direction. So for those reasons, I believe it's appropriate to have that sign sighted both faces, eastbound and westbound, at the same height for the structure as a whole.
Is it fair to say, though, that if this sign was located elsewhere along the Route 78 corridor, the height could be different? For instance, if it went further to the east, maybe off this property.
The property lines butt in and out along I-78. Spacing requirements may pick up as you go further east to this property. For this location, this is an appropriate setback and appropriate size and height of sign. The other thing to consider here, and I hear you're focusing on the eastbound direction. The other thing to consider here is that there are both local and express lanes. So effectively, drivers in the express lane have the, a cross read over the local lanes as well. So that's another reason to have it at that appropriate size height. I didn't evaluate much further beyond the eastbound or westbound direction. This was a proposed location. This is an appropriate size and height for this location. I believe it balances a lot in terms of visibility, in terms of brightness. I believe it's safe in terms of traffic safety and affording drivers enough time to be able to read it safely. And it has all the controls that it's not going to be blinking, flashing, static. And that's quite frankly why New Jersey DOT issued a permit. It conforms to those safety requirements, and that's quite frankly what the simulations show as well, that it's appropriate.
There are, I'm sorry, there are apartments or condos probably no more than a tenth or 2/10 of a mile away to the east or northeast of your proposed location. Those tests that you are testifying to, were they also done with respect to those apartments and the lighting inside those apartments? Specifically, are those people going to be looking out the window at your signage 24/7?
This site, in my opinion, is optimally sited. I've driven these roads, Main Street, Edison Place, Springfield Avenue,
Victory Boulevard?
Victory Boulevard to the east that cuts in right at Springfield Avenue as well.
Which is where those apartments are that I'm speaking of.
You're referring to Columbia Court, I believe.
No, I am not. There's one or I'm not sure of the name, but it's further back.
The Cove as well. Yes. So those were the two. I drove each of these locations. I didn't go in the residence above, but I did view the location in the direction of the sign from the parking lots and drove along the roads and in the parking lots of these locations. What I can say is that the sign is oriented in such a way that the digital faces do not face the Cove, Columbia Court. They're principally oriented by the V to be to I-78 Expressway Interstate. Will it be invisible at the higher locations of these apartments? For most of them, maybe not. You may see a tip of a sign or a portion of a sign, but in general, you're going to be looking at the back of the sign, or you're going to be looking at a very tip portion of a sign that juts above a number of buildings in the area that's shielded by the buildings, the trees, and other things. Will it be invisible? No, I can't definitively say that. But I can say you're going to be looking at the back of the sign, which has no illumination, or you're going to be viewing an angle of the sign that is so oblique that this technology in particular cuts off the brightness intensity so that they won't have a direct view of that light of that sign. And certainly they're not going to see the entire face with all the trees, greenery, buildings, and other things in the way.
Do I take your answer to mean that no, you did not go inside or view your site from any of those apartments?
I did not view my site from any of those apartments. I did observe the heights of those apartments, and I did actually, on the day of the crane test, fly a drone from the sign at the height of the sign to see if there was any visibility from the center of the sign or the top of the sign. I could say that the sign won't be invisible, but it's not oriented towards those properties.
So if you were at one of those places where it's not invisible, you would not be happy or might not be happy.
We will have additional testimony from our planner who was also at the crane test and also drove to those various locations where there's residential homes.
So you're telling me I'm asking the wrong person?
No, I'm just telling it might be better suited, and he might be able to answer the question further with his planning exhibit.
I'll wait.
Thank you.
Can I ask a technical question about the sign? If at what angle does the sign become not visible because those little fins? At 30 degrees, 40 degrees? What is that? Is there a point where you don't see it?
It varies. Yes, there is a point where it diminishes to zero brightness, and that's at 90 degrees to about 75 degrees. So that's where you're most oblique to the face, and it diminishes significantly. That brightness, it looks like a blank face. It's not like looking at the side of your TV screen or anything like that, or the side of another static face with a vinyl copy that has light shown upon it. These diodes and these louvers have cutoffs. So if you stand directly in front of the sign face, you get that no greater than 3/10 of a foot candle limit at 350 feet. If you're further out, that brightness diminishes with the square of distance and gets much, much lower the further you go out. So when you start to talk about some of these apartments that are at a distance 730 feet to Columbia Court and over 1,000 feet to the Cove, they're much further than that 350 distance. So brightness diminishes significantly from that. With respect to your question about the angles, so it's from that direct on 90-degree view, you get that upper limit of intensity. And as you start to go in, and we actually calculate the angles in 4 transects along the radius, and that's what sort of defines my eggshell curve of brightness footprint. So it's generally about 20 degrees in. It varies a little bit, but 20 degrees in, 40 degrees in, 60 degrees in, 80 degrees in, it diminishes and drops off at those oblique angles the further you get from the face. So angle is important and distance is important.
What I was also getting to is, can you get longer fins on them to limit the sideways impact and reduce it to the neighbor, or is that like a set thing from the manufacturer? That was where I was going to.
My experience, and maybe out front can speak to that, or one of the other experts, but my experience is that it's part of the technology, that's what's provided by the manufacturer. And if you make those fins any longer, it's going to distort the image in terms of having bands. So those fins are optimally sized to produce an image at a distance. And if you make them longer, they become too shielded that it's not going to look like a continuous image. So they're appropriate for that size. So really, they help with the side to side, spillage of light in either direction over the sign face. And it's really not necessary at the most oblique angles because there's really minimal to no light coming at those worst angles that are not a concern. So any bigger with those fins, and it limits the technology that it's not effective. So it's specifically designed for that. And further, as I mentioned earlier in testimony, that 3/10 of a foot candle is an upper limit for white copy only. In our experience, we see much lower once you introduce copy and colors, that you get nowhere near that 3/10 of a foot candle. It's much less once you introduce copy. So it's a conservative installation. It's well shielded by all the greenery and other structures in the vicinity. And I'm sure the planning expert will testify to that as well.
And can you please just confirm that within the A11 lighting parabola that you had provided, within that 350 feet and that 0.3 of a foot candle, there are no residential zones that will be affected?
That is correct.
Excuse me, this is the board planner. Can you say the, what was the distance? I don't have A11. It wasn't uploaded to the exhibit.
I'll bring it up. One moment, please.
Thanks.
This is exhibit A11. So as I testified, the standard is from the face, perpendicular to the face. If you measure 350 feet out,
okay.
The standard is that the light measured at that level will not exceed 3/10 of a foot candle above ambient light.
And that's assuming that the sign is completely white and also not taking into consideration the foliage and other structural barriers in the area. Is that correct?
That's correct. No residential here. Trees below will block it even more and it's not visible. Trees along here and buildings will block it even more and it's not visible.
I just want to make it clear that while it's not in that circular radius, we were talking about some of the residential properties to the east, but the building in the bottom left corner in the southwest is a residential building. It's an age-restricted building. It's the Spring Hill Manor Apartments.
That's correct. And just to show, so once again, those circles indicate what the extent of a limit would be at 0.3, but that doesn't take into consideration the fact that there is that dense foliage in that area, which the light would drop off significantly in that being blocked. Correct?
That is my testimony. Yes.
Any additional questions for Mr. Tantella?
Mr. Disco, did you have additional questions?
I just had one more to verify the Main Street. You know, we were told it's a sign structure replacement project as well as the decking. So can you confirm there's no variable message signs on that, which would preclude one of those two from being there, either the billboard or the variable message sign?
It's my understanding that this project, and I did look up New Jersey DOT's records on this project. It includes resurfacing of the Main Street overpass, reconstruction of this overpass and its abutments, and some signage replacement relative to this. I didn't see any indication of any electronic message panels on this, and that would not necessarily preclude an off-premise sign with that 3,000-foot spacing. That 3,000-foot spacing is relative to off-premise signs, not necessarily directional or official traffic regulation signs.
But also the DOT does have spacing requirements to electronic message signs for their homes.
That is correct. Yes.
I think it's 1,500 feet, so.
Correct.
Yes.
So if there was one there, that would be in conflict.
I think the distance was greater than 1,500 feet, but Mike, could you please confirm?
Well, I think the yellow circle is 350 feet, correct?
This is 350 feet directly here. So if they're replacing signs along here, and the edge road distance of Main Street itself, the sign is measured 310 feet from the edge of road. But I didn't see in the record, and I've looked at the plans of any LED or message panel signs to be replaced on Main Street. I understand that work is to be complete in fall of 2022 as well.
Thank you.
Do we have any other questions from members of the board? Oh, I'm going to open it up to the public. If there's any member of the public that's present and has a question for this witness, please state your name and address in the Q&A or press *9 on your telephone to raise your hand.
You take this. Okay.
Okay, seeing none.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Tantella.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Your
There
next
might be
witness?
two fluffy members of the public waiting to be heard here.
They have a lot to talk about.
Okay. So I just have one more witness for you this evening, and that's Mr. George Weedle Williams from Nishwain, and he will be providing planning testimony this evening.
Mr. Williams, do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
I most certainly do.
Thank you. Please state your full name, spell your last name, and give your business address.
Certainly. Good evening, commissioners. My name is George Weedle Williams. Williams spelled with an S, W-I-L-L-I-A-M-S. The firm is the Nishwain Group, headquartered in Montclair, New Jersey at 105 Grove Street, suite number 3.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Williams. Could you please give the board the benefit of your background and education and experience?
Certainly, and I'll begin by saying Mr. Tantella is a hard act to follow, but I will do my best. I am a graduate I completed my graduate studies in city and regional planning at Rutgers School, now the Rutgers Graduate School, now the Blouson School of Planning and Policy Development. I've been practicing in the field of professional planning for a little over 30 years, licensed by the State Board of Professional Planners and nationally certified by the American Institute of Certified Planners. I've appeared before numerous land use boards throughout the state of New Jersey. This is my first opportunity to appear before this august board, but I have been accepted as an expert in the field of professional planning before those boards. And on many of those occasions, I have testified in support of outdoor advertising signs. I and my firm also represent land use boards, and I have had the opportunity or the honor to serve and volunteer in my hometown, the zoning board of Montclair.
Thank you very much. Do any of the members of the board have any objections to qualifying Mr. Weedle Williams as an expert in planning? No, you are qualified. Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and great pronunciation of my middle name.
So, Mr. Williams, could you please tell the board what you reviewed in preparation of this application?
Certainly. I approached this application the way we do just about every single land use application, and that is beginning with a review of the local land use documents, in this case, your zoning ordinance and your master plan and re-examination report. All of that in the context of the site plan and site plan application that are before you this evening. I visited the site on several occasions, and parenthetically, the one time I have a hearing that is close to my residence in Union, it's virtual, so I don't say you want to commute, so that's a bit upsetting, but I do know the area fairly well. In addition to those reviews and site visits, we conducted a photo survey while we were on the site and participated in the crane test, which included travel around the area, as Mr. Tantella intimated in his testimony. In addition to all of that, of course, we looked at the case law and planning literature that support our case, and I reviewed the board professional review memos.
Thank you. And could you kindly give us your planning overview of the subject site, the application, and your thoughts?
Sure. So to begin with, just for the record, I realize you've heard a fair amount of testimony already from the prior witnesses, Mr. Antal and Mr. Tantella. This is, however, as you know, an application for an outdoor advertising sign on property commonly known as 11 Edison Place and identified in your municipal tax records as block 210, lot number 1, and it is located in the town's I-20 General Industrial Zone District. The site is developed with a one-story masonry building. The portion of the site that is selected for the outdoor advertising sign is completely undeveloped, and the site overall is a relatively large property in this zone district, totaling approximately 1.35 acres. The proposed sign has been described in great detail by Mr. Tantella, so I won't go into that, but I will echo his thoughts and sentiments that the location is perhaps as ideal a location as one could hope for when it comes to an outdoor advertising sign, in large part because of the zone district, proximity to the Highway 11 lane, Route 78, and all of the buffering around the site. I'll talk about that a bit more, but Mr. Tantella did touch on that earlier, both the natural vegetation and the built environment. We're here for several reliefs. They're captured in council's introductory comments, also in your board professional memos. The primary relief we're seeking this evening is for the D1 use variance. As council mentioned in her introductory comments, the reason for that requirement is that although the Springfield Code does make reference to outdoor advertising signs or billboards, no standards are provided. And so as I look at your zone code for this zone district, The proposed use, an outdoor advertising sign, is not among the enumerated permitted uses. So it's not prohibited, but it's not among the permitted uses. And so we are seeking a D1 use variance for the sign. Additionally, as you heard from prior witnesses, we are seeking a D6 height variance. Again, no standards are provided for this particular use, so we're applying the standards that were recommended in the TRC, and I think that makes sense simply for context, but it lends itself to a D6 variance because we exceed the maximum height for the zone district by 10 feet or 10%. Then there were two relatively minor, in my opinion, and I'll discuss them at greater length towards the end, bulk and area deviations that were described in Mr. Tantella. One is the minimum rear yard setback. Again, a relatively minimum deviation from your standard, necessitated by Mr. Tantella, our site engineer's design approach to siting the sign on this property so that it is as safe as possible. Safe meaning that it's most readable, conspicuous, and legible from the vehicular traffic. And the same goes with the side setback that was mentioned by Mr. Tantella earlier in his testimony. In terms of the application overall planning perspective, I think I mentioned that this site is as ideal as they come when it's for an outdoor advertising sign. Mr. Antola mentioned that the purpose of outdoor advertising is to promote commerce and community messages. To do that, the targeted audience is vehicular traffic. So for us to be located adjacent to Route 78, again, 11-lane highway, makes this site particularly suitable for the proposed use. It's also ideal in terms of the buffering on just about all sides of the site, both, again, the mature vegetation as well as the built environment, which shields the view of the sign in almost every direction, except for the direction it's intended to convey the information to. Again, the LED technology is a trend that has been growing over the past 10 to 15 years that I've been involved with this applicant. And in my professional opinion, and based on a testimony you heard from Mr. Tantella, it has many advantages over static signs. Certainly, the ability to change copy remotely, and the corollary benefit of that remote copy change is that it requires fewer trips to the site because it can be done remotely. One of the most appealing benefits of the LED technology, in my opinion, is the ability to offer municipalities like Springfield the protocols that Mr. Antal spoke of earlier. Public service announcements, community announcements, Amber Alerts, all of those things which serve the community at large and not just the applicant and or the clients of the billboard. In terms of most of the planning literature and some of the state statutes, being located in an industrial zone is certainly something that also adds to the ideal location of the proposed site. And I'd be remiss if I didn't just give a nod to the fact that Outfront Media has extensive experience in this particular land use. So they know their market, they know their design standards, and they are particularly sensitive to how they cite their signs, how they maintain their signs, et cetera. And I would just finally add the site is particularly appropriate for use because the access off of Edison Place through the parking lot is certainly a safe access route when there is a need for sign maintenance and care. In terms of the impact on the neighborhood, I would submit that, again, we are in an industrial zone. Because of the buffering all around this site, there is minimal impact on the neighborhood, but positive impact on the promotion of commerce along Route 78. We did conduct participate in the crane test, and I'm going to upload my exhibit in a moment. I just conclude my overall planning perspective to suggest that based on my analysis of your land use documents, the land use, the site plan application, and all of the information that's part of this application, that there are sufficient proofs in support of both D6 and the D1 variances, as well as the minor bulk and area deviations. With that, if the
Apu,
board-
can we bring up his, the final exhibit, which is A12? I think that's yes, thank you.
Thank you. So this exhibit's already been marked as A12. It is a series of images provided either from your land use documents, internet provided information, or images that were taken by I and my staff while conducting our site visits. You all know this area as well as, if not better than I, so this exhibit really is just intended to give more context for what will be the remainder of my testimony. Slide 2 is a simple exhibit showing the property is clearly located in your industrial zone district. Next slide, please. Slide number 3 just gives an image of our site location colored in the fuchsia color, again, adjacent to Route 78 and tucked away in the industrial zone district, with access from Edison Place, which, as Mr. Tantella mentioned, is a cul-de-sac developed on this site with a one-story masonry structure. And next slide, please. And I'll just add a bit of levity to say that one of the benefits of a virtual meeting is having someone turn the slide screen. So whoever's doing that, thank you very much. Slide number 4 is just an image of the site. You can see it's a cleared site with some grass overgrowth, clear view of Route 78, the building to the right, and we'll show some other images to the left. The exact location of the pole is in Mr. Tantella's site plan. Next slide, please. Slide number 5 just layers on to the prior slides, the zone district, in a slightly more legible format. So you can see that we are clearly in the general industrial zone, which is indicated by the purple font. And then, oh, excuse me. Sorry, I just lost my screen. I'm back. The adjacent zones include the general commercial, and a bit further away, there are a residential district, and across the highway, a mix of land use districts as well. But again, being in the industrial zone district and close to a commercial district is precisely what the roadside act and planning literature suggests is appropriate for this type of land use. Next slide, please. Question was raised a few moments ago, question and or comment about residential development in the area. Again, we participated in the crane test. The crane test, you'll see an image of the crane in a moment, is designed to help the team verify the many calculations that Mr. Tantella referenced in his testimony. So you look at the site, you look at the crane, then we drive around, we drive the area to identify how the sign or the crane test can be viewed from a variety of perspectives. Since the property that was mentioned by your board planner was relatively close, we circled that property. It's over 250 feet away from the proposed sign, and there's some more residential development across the highway, which is almost 550 feet away. So we looked at those sites, and I didn't forget the commissioner with the puppies. We also looked at the cove. I'll share those pictures in a minute. My summary comment would be that there are either no sight lines to our proposed sign, or, as Mr. Tantella testified, they're minimal, either because you can only see the back of the sign, which is not lit. And I think your board engineer had a picture in his exhibit about the crane test showing the rear of the sign, or it's just the tip or edge of the sign, which is from a practical perspective, like a thumbnail. So I'll get into that in a moment. Next slide, please. So I promised a picture of the crane. This is what a typical crane test by Outfront Media looks, how it appears. Outfront Media has service that provides a lift. We use a board that's dimensioned and colored as Mr. Tantella testified. The site is marked. And then again, we look at a variety of perspectives, both driven and walked, to determine where that sign may be viewed from. So photo A in slide number 7 shows the crane test. Photo B is taken from Main Street overpass. 2 points to make here is you can see the sign from the overpass once you clear that dense foliage that was discussed earlier, and you can see the crane in the background there. That is exactly what the applicant wants in terms of views from the site. We also looked at the properties, I'm going to say in front of the cove. These properties are commercial properties that front on Victory and Springfield. And if you walk behind these buildings, you can get a small glimpse of our sign, just to give you a sense of how difficult it is to see the sign from that vantage point. It is marked in the right side of the third building with a purple ellipse, and that's just the edge of the sign. So the commissioner asked about the cove. Imagine the cove would look at the front of these buildings, and my opinion, you can't see the sign at all from the cove. I, like Mr. Tantella, did not enter the building. I did fly a drone. I drove around the cove, and it was impossible to see the crane test from the cove. And as you can see, even from this vantage point, which is closer to the billboard or the crane test than the cove, the view is relatively minor. Next slide, please. I think we're wrapping up now. The board planner mentioned that there was a residential development on the opposite side of the Main Street overpass. That is correct. It is captured in photo A. A couple of things to note. Again, the rather dense buffering obscures the view of our site and certainly the sign. There are some changes in grade, which also add for good obfuscation of the view. Photo B is from our site looking back at that building from the sign, approximate location of the sign pole. And again, you cannot see the building and they won't be able to see the sign. Next slide, please. I believe this is the last one. In the earlier slide where we talked about the residential development across the highway off of Main, we noted there were several houses that faced our direction. We were unable to see the crane test from that vantage point. I actually stood up on the retaining wall. And when you reverse engineer that and look back at those properties from our site, again, as Mr. Tantella mentioned, there's a pretty dense tree line, so you cannot see those properties either. I believe that's the last slide.
May I ask whether any of those pictures were taken in the winter when there were no leaves?
Oh, that's a good question. They were taken in, and Mr. Disco, correct me if I get this wrong. I'm going to say it was late February, early March. I can verify that if that need be, but you can tell by looking at these pictures, most of these trees do not have leaves yet, or they're deciduous. So
I feel like my cousin Vinny talking to you, but it is a concern to me.
Right. Okay. And we went back out this week. Again, I live in the vicinity, and with the leaves now present, that dense buffer is denser, if you follow me.
Thank you.
Thank you. So with that, I think I'll begin with the proofs. I'll begin with the D1 use variance proof. Again, as this board knows, for a D1 use variance, we, the applicant, have to demonstrate that there are the affirmative criteria and a negative criteria. The affirmative criteria are demonstrated by showing a couple of things. The use is inherently beneficial. It promotes the purposes of zoning. It's particularly suited for the site. And last but not least, if you were to deny our application, that would constitute an undue hardship. Those special reasons, as they're called, are balanced with what are called the negative criteria. And I know the board knows this, but the negative criteria is a two-pronged test. The first prong is that if you were to grant our relief, there would be no substantial detriment to the public good. And that word substantial comes directly from the municipal land use law. The second prong is there'd be no substantial impairment to the zone plan, which is the land use element of your master plan or zoning ordinance. In my professional opinion, based on my analyses, there are, again, adequate special reasons in support of the D1 use variance and sufficient negative criteria, meaning that there will be no substantial detriment to the public good, primarily because of the location in the industrial zone and the buffering, and no substantial impairment to the zone plan. In terms of the special reasons, I'll begin with the promotion of purposes of zoning, which comes from 40:55D-2. First is subsection A, and it's the first and a bit of a catch-all, but I think appropriate for this application. And I'm reading directly. I quote, "To encourage municipal action to guide the appropriate use or development of all lands in a state in a manner which will promote the health, safety, morals, and general welfare." If you were to grant our relief, certainly the site development with Mr. Tantella's approach is safe. And you heard him talk about some of the safety features of the pole design, but more importantly, the ability to provide PSAs and community announcements promotes the general welfare. That's not a benefit that accrues directly to the applicant, but rather to the community as a whole, excuse me. Subsection G, to provide sufficient space and appropriate locations for a variety of agricultural, residential, recreational, commercial, and industrial uses, and open space, both public and private, according to their needs. I've already mentioned that the environmental need for outdoor advertising signs is primarily one of two or three things. A, first and foremost, proximity to highways or major roadways. So the environment is particularly appropriate for the sign in that context. Certainly being in appropriate zones, all the planning literature and some of the statutes suggest that commercial and industrial zones are appropriate. And so for those reasons, if you were to grant our D1 relief, you would, in my opinion, be advancing subsection G. Subsection I, typically we speak about subsection I to promote desirable visual environment through creative development techniques and good civic design and arrangement, which tends to focus on the aesthetic. In this particular application, I submit to the board that if you granted our D1 use variance, you would also advance the good civic design and arrangement. Again, the Springfield Code does not provide standards for outdoor advertising signs, but Mr. Tantella's design approach to introducing an outdoor advertising sign to the site demonstrated good civic design and arrangement, in my opinion. Finally, the promotion of a state policy may be considered a special reason, and that was determined by the court case Anfuso v. Sealy. And in this case, if you were to grant our relief, you would be advancing the state policy that is articulated in the New Jersey Roadside Sign Control and Outdoor Advertising Act. Particularly, that act recognized that outdoor advertising signs rely on visibility from passing highway traffic, and therefore recommend that outdoor advertising signs be sited proximate to highways and major roadways and in non-residential districts. So again, if you were to grant our D1 use variance, you would advance that as a special reason as well. Finally, in my professional opinion as a planner, the particular suitability aspect of the special reasons is appropriate and applicable in this matter. Specifically, the sign is particularly suitable for this site for all the reasons I've mentioned thus far: proximity to a highway, in this case, the 11-lane Route 78, location in a industrial zone district, location on a site that is available and can accommodate the proposed development with great ease, provides ease of access in addition to that vis-a-vis the Edison Road cul-de-sac, Edison Place cul-de-sac. There are, in terms of the negative criteria I submit to the board, again, the test is substantial detriment to the public good. In my opinion, there is no detriment to the public good, certainly nothing that rises to the level of substantial. Why? Again, for the reasons that were spoken about by Mr. Antal and subsequently by Mr. Tantella. The site is ideally located in an industrial zone district proximate to the highway with very good buffering that shields view sheds, unwanted view sheds of this proposed sign from other areas. And the crane test really helps the team verify that. And of course, Mr. Tantella's calculations further do so. So for all those reasons, there's, in my opinion, no substantial detriment to the public good. And I would go a bit further and say, similarly, no substantial impairment to your zone plan, your master plan and re-examination report recommend focusing in Springfield on the support of commerce in specific areas and in Springfield in general. If you were to grant this relief, that is exactly what outdoor advertising signs are intended to do, is to promote commerce both locally and regionally. And you heard testimony from Mr. Antal a few moments ago about how billboards support local businesses. And he demonstrated that through one of his exhibits that showed how they're used in other municipalities. And of course, the added benefit is to the municipality itself and the population as a whole when it comes to the public service announcements. In terms of the height variance, again, this is a D6 height variance because if we use the standards that were suggested, and those standards seem perhaps appropriate to me in the absence of standards specific to outdoor advertising signs, we exceed the maximum height by 10% or 10 feet. The difference between the D1 and D6 variance, as this board knows, is that the review standard is less than that of a D1 use variance. There are a couple of court cases that provide some context and guidance for the review of D6 variances. Certainly the Grasso court case, which suggests that for D6 height variances, the standard is not that of a D1, but rather more akin to a FAR, or floor area ratio variance standard, which suggests that the applicant for an FAR, or in this case, D6 variance, need not show that the site is particularly suited for a more intensive development or height. Rather, such an applicant must show that the site will accommodate the problems associated with a floor area larger than that permitted by the ordinance. And in this case, you can superimpose height for floor area ratio. For all the reasons you've heard from Mr. Tantella in his testimony as project engineer, I would add that from a planning perspective, the site can certainly accommodate the additional height. I hearken back to my earlier comments that the height standard that we're using was not intended for outdoor advertising signs. So it's actually a false standard to compare to, but given the availability of code standards, in my opinion, if we were to be granted the D6 variance, we certainly would not impair the intent of the code, and there would be no detriment to the surrounding area. Again, the crane test helps support that contention and piggybacking on the testimony you heard from our project engineer. In terms of the bulk and area variances, again, they are minimal. In my opinion, they can be looked at collectively. There's a court case, the Pullen court case, that suggests boards may look at the deviations from the bulk and area standards as a whole if the overall development of the site makes good sense and is appropriate. So again, in my opinion, the deviations were characterized perfectly by Mr. Tantella during his project engineering testimony. He went through the calculations used, to ensure that the sighting of the sign promoted the ideal safety for the traffic view sheds of the sign, so that it had to be placed on the site in a way that enhanced conspicuity, readability, and legibility to the vehicular traffic. And so in the true context of C2, which is the flexible C variance context, it allows the board to consider if the benefits of deviating outweigh any potential detriment. And in my professional opinion, there are no detriments for these deviations from the standards, but the benefits are significant in terms of the traffic safety that would be promoted if you were to grant our relief. The C2 also has to be grounded in purposes of zoning. In my professional opinion, those purposes are the same as for the D1. I would highlight the subsection I, the good civic arrangement and design would certainly be promoted because of Mr. Tantella's approach to citing the sign on the site. Finally, in my opinion, there would be certainly no detriment. The benefits would outweigh any potential detriments, but certainly there are no substantial detriments. And what's being proposed is a better zoning alternative than a strict application of your code. So I appreciate you bearing with me. That's the conclusion of my direct testimony, but I'm available for questions after I take a sip of water.
Thank you. Do any members of the board have any questions for the witness?
I have a question for you regarding your pictures and the crane test. It would be much more helpful to me if you took pictures from the lift towards the surrounding properties so we could see what they would see as opposed to the pictures from the ground to the crane. Do you have any pictures from the crane to look at the surrounding properties to know what the people will see out of their windows?
I do not, Commissioner. It's a great question. Like Mr. Tantella, I did make use of a drone, but did not include those images in my exhibit. Perhaps in the future I will do so. That technology is very helpful in getting to the issue you just raised. But in answer to your question, I do not have them tonight.
Because it's really hard to know what the people in the surrounding residents would actually see out their windows.
That's true. I would just suggest to the board, and I know Mr. Tantella attempted to address this in his responses as well. While it's, I think, human nature to want to have that perspective from the bedroom window or upper floor window, Mr. Tantella's diagram showing the angles and the built environment and some of the natural vegetative buffers really helps explain, in my opinion at least, that those view sheds are minimal to almost none. Again, that's not the case in every application that I've participated in, but this site is just incredibly unique in terms of its location in the context of surrounding land development patterns and buffers, both natural and man-made.
However, that vegetation does dissipate quite a bit in the winter.
True, but again, yes, Commissioner.
For instance, I can see a fair amount of the New York City skyline in the winter from where I live, actually. And in this time of the year already, I can't see it at all. Now, if I had a sign that much closer to my window, I might have that issue even more so.
Right. So Commissioner, you are correct. I'm feverishly trying to find out the date from these pictures, but as I look at the pictures, again, they were taken when the foliage was not present, but the forestry, if you will, is so dense that even without leaves, the view sheds are minimal to none. But I take your point, but again, what made this site so appropriate is even without the foliage, the buffer exists. And then you add the distance of properties from our site, well over 250 feet. Again, and the angles of the sign faces makes the case for what Mr. Tantella was saying.
And just to clarify for the record, the crane test was on January 8th. So we're in midwinter here, and there were, the photographs that you see indicate a winter condition. So even with that winter condition, were well buffered.
Thank you. And commissioners, I apologize. We almost always use a date stamp on our pictures, so we don't stumble over our answers, but thank you, council, for clarifying.
Along those lines, is it possible to erect something that would buffer the view, so to speak? You see a lot of that on Route 78 where they put up sound barriers. Is it possible to do something with visual barriers?
That's an interesting question. One which I may not be qualified to answer. I would submit that there are a variety of ways to erect barriers. In this case, I would submit to the board they're not necessary. It may be more of an engineering question. The simple answer is yes, you can have barriers. The more complex answer is whether they're required at this site, particularly given how unique the site is.
Okay.
And Mr. Williams, just to confirm, because you had mentioned the thumbnail, and I think it's a great point to be made. So if you're even at one of these residentials and even forgetting that there is this dense foliage in front, what you would be seeing from the sign would be similar to looking at your thumbnail. Is that correct?
Yes, and I realize it sounds convenient, but I've been doing this for a while. And when you take into consideration the vantage points based on distance, topography, angles, typically what you'll find, and I think I pointed out in one of my images where I went behind a commercial building off of Victory and Springfield, and what I could see was equivalent to looking at my thumbnail in the distance. Could I see the orange stripe board? Yes, but it faded into the background of everything else that was going on. It was not a prominent portion of my view shed. It was relatively minuscule. And again, that was in a commercial district behind the commercial building parking lot.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other members of the board have any questions for the witness? Do our professionals have questions for the witness?
I have, first of all, thank you for that presentation. I thought it was very thorough. I believe that he did meet all the criteria necessary to describe the variance relief for both the use variances, the D1 and the D6, as well as the bulk variances. I just wanted to make a note, and this may seem nitpicky, but on slide 5 of the presentation, the zone map, I do appreciate that the current zone map that's published online for Springfield Township is a little bit hard to read. But one of the zones to the west of Main Street over that bridge, the zone is the AH24. That's that Spring Hill Manor age restricted. So it is a residential zone. I just wanted to make that clear that the industrial zone doesn't carry over Main Street. I think it's somewhat important just because when you're talking about the impairment of the zone, it is one of the neighboring zones to the I-20. So it is its own zone. It wasn't given use variance relief or anything like that. Other than that, again, great presentation, and it's up to the board to deliberate if they feel that the criteria he set out meets their standards.
Point taken, and thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Any questions?
I'll just point out that section 3542.1, which is height exceptions, does enumerate or at least give some guidance as to some of the permitted structures and how they can violate the height. I think it's interesting to note that it specifically says no structure erected to a height in excess of the height limit for the district in which it is situated shall have any sign, nameplate, display, or advertising device of any kind whatsoever inscribed upon or attached to such structure. I think that's very specific. Doesn't say you can't have a sign, but it can't exceed the height for the zone. And I thought that's what I was trying to get at earlier, that why can't there be a sign somewhere that's 40 feet high not 50 feet high.
Mike,
But
that's
I'll
a
leave
very
that-
good point. I missed that. I should have brought that up. I know that the planner for the applicant had brought up that there was no specific height criteria to base it off of and the I-20 was just kind of a benchmark, but that is a really good point. I don't think it affects the testimony that the planner provided. He did still provide the D6 variance relief. And so I think it's just a stronger reason for why the D6 is required.
I would agree.
Any other questions for this witness? I'm going to open it up to the public. Is there any member of the public that is participating that has any questions for this witness? If so, please state your name and address in the Q&A. Seeing none? Okay.
Thank you for your
Thank you
patience.
very much.
Thank you.
So I would just like to thank the board for your time this evening. I know it's been a long night, but we appreciate it. And I think that what we've seen tonight is that a 20 by 50 off-premise advertising sign in this particular location is particularly suitable, that we are able to meet both the positive and negative criteria in order to justify the variance relief that we require for the use. With regard to both the height and the setbacks, I think that our experts have shown that the height is necessary in this particular location in order to effectuate the use, because otherwise we wouldn't be able to view, read, and legibly understand the content of the message, because it wouldn't be within our cone of vision here. And it's better suited to be closer to the highway, to be better within the visibility of the motorists. Off-premise advertising, and in particular, digital advertising, offers specific benefits, not only in a regional context, but also to the municipality, where we would be offering the public service messaging, emergency messaging, as well as the specific municipal messaging. And with that, I think we've been able to demonstrate that this proposed use is not inconsistent with the intended purpose of the master plan and the zoning ordinance of the municipality. And in addition, it does carry out the general purpose of zoning. It promotes the general welfare, and there will be no substantial detriment to the public good. We've noted through the various analyses that have been conducted, in addition to the crane test, that visibility to any residential zone, neighborhood, or location would be limited and de minimis in any sort of context. And so with that, I respectfully request that this board approve the application for its many benefits and advantages to the municipality. And I thank you.
Thank you very much. Before the board deliberates, I just want to open this up to the public one more time to see if there's any comments from any members of the public on this application. If so, please put your name and address in the Q&A or hit *9 on your phone. Okay, I'm seeing none. Thank you, Ms. Barbato.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
Madam Chair, before the board deliberates, I just want to clarify for them, the applicant has presented testimony. It is the board's obligation to weigh that testimony as to whether they do or do not accept it. The applicant's planner has very well laid out the criteria. The board planner also issued a report commenting on those. So the board needs to apply the testimony as they find it to be credible to those criteria and determine whether in fact the applicant has fulfilled the obligations of fulfilling all of those requirements. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Bruce. Okay, and with that, I'm going to open it to the board.
So I'll start. So we've heard a lot of information tonight. And I'm just not convinced that what we've heard is really in the best interest of the township. I mean, I have particular concerns around the editorial rights of the messages. These are going to be turned over quite quickly. As I understand, it could be every 8 seconds. And when I think about driving down the highway, as we've all have done this, they're not advertising to people in Springfield. They're advertising to people driving down the highway. And this will be two very different types of parties. So I worry about that. I worry about what the nature of those messages could be. We've asked for a description of what that process is, and I don't think that we got a sufficient answer as to what that process would be like. We understand it would be via email. Mr. Furstenbaum also asked for clarification. Don't think we got that. I have some concerns around what would happen if they were to, if the sign were to be sold to somebody else. That perhaps wouldn't have as, it is not a public company, and I have questions around that. I have questions around the extent to which this would be, it's a big sign. And although the technology looks very, very interesting, I don't think we have enough information to say that our residents, particularly elderly residents that might be more sensitive to, to bright things at night, that we can say that they're not going to see this. So I'm inclined to vote against the application. Notwithstanding like I said, the very deep analysis has been done here. I just think that there's too many gaps at this point in time for me to vote in favor. Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Schnur. Any other board members?
I could be convinced very easily to vote for that application, but it just seems to me that everybody is focusing on the signs. And again, I'm very much concerned about the effect on the local residents, which does not appear to have been addressed. And I mean, my suggestion, frankly, is that it be tabled, allow that deficiency to be what I regard as a deficiency to be cured, and then come back.
Should ask the applicant to do further investigation into the illumination on the effects of the illumination on the residential areas.
Yes, Ms. Cohn, correct.
Okay.
I'm very concerned about the content, to be perfectly honest, and I think I echo others in that. So I would be inclined to vote no as well.
Thank you.
I'm kind of in the same boat as Board Member Poltrock, Board Member Furstenbaum, and Vice Chair Schnur. But I would be interested and in tabling the application to see the effect it has on residents, because my concerns are editorial, but there's as well for the residents living in nearby dwellings. So I mean that could go to a way to yes, but right now I don't think I'm inclined to vote in favor of the application either.
Thank you. Any other board members?
Yes, Chairman. One thing I didn't hear is any due diligence on what other spots could possibly have been available that the sign could have been made with the height restrictions that that exist. So there was nothing there
Right.
that said, okay, what other sites possibly could have, where we could meet the height restrictions that are, that are required by our ordinance.
And I think Mr. Disco touched on that a little bit earlier.
Right.
There was nothing, I agree that there was no investigation into that. So that could be something that the applicant could look at if we were to table and reconvene on this.
Mhm.
Thank
That's
you.
my concern.
Madam Chair, would I be in order to make a motion to table this application? At risk of spending another 4 hours in another meeting?
Yes.
Can
Yeah.
I add something?
Mhm.
To help in my decision, I would like to either see drone video or pictures from 50 feet or 40 feet up, looking from where the sign is towards the abutting properties. So we have an idea of what they will see as opposed to from the ground. I think that would be helpful in making my decision.
Agreed. Any other, hang on one second. Any other board members have anything that they wish to add for the applicant if we were to table this for them to look into? Okay, so we have a motion to table and carry.
Hasn't been seconded.
Right, we have a motion to table to well, we'll actually get to the date when we speak to your to Ms. Berardo, sorry. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay. Jen, can we take a roll?
Mr. Lawfer,
Yep.
Mr. Cunningham,
Yes.
Mr. Hochstein,
Yes.
Mr. Poltrock,
No.
Mr. Furstenbaum,
Yes.
Vice Chair Schnur,
No.
and Chair Cohen.
Yes.
So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 yeses, 2 table, and 2 noes, so motion passes.
Okay. So let's just quickly talk about the next date is June
I'm looking.
15th, maybe the following week, 22nd.
Yeah, it's the 22nd.
June 22nd. Do you believe this is adequate time for your professionals to conduct further investigation to come back to the board?
It certainly should be. I just want to confirm that they're all available to be back. So if I could just have one moment.
Mm-hmm.
And just in the meantime, I thank the board for your thoughtful comments, and we certainly want to get you the information that you need to feel comfortable with regard to this application. So we will do our best due diligence to obtain all of the necessary information and provide it to you for review in anticipation of the next meeting.
Chairman, if I might.
Yes.
Council, just to put on the record, I don't know what the timeframes are, but if there are any deadlines for this board to act, is your client waiving them at this time?
Yes, until the next June 22nd meeting. Correct.
Thank you.
And I think we are good for June 22nd. And may I just request that notice be carried to the next meeting?
Yes, that is the policy of this board, and as much as we've set a return date, there's no new notice needed.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, Chair and attorneys. It's actually June 15th, not the 22nd. I apologize.
June 15th. One more moment. I'm so sorry.
No, my fault. Sorry about that.
Okay. I think we are good for June 15th as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, excellent. Thank you very much for your time. Thank you, everyone. This was a long one. I appreciate everyone's time tonight, to our professionals, our board members, and all of the staff. And with that, I'm going to ask for a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Yep.
All in favor?
Aye.
Bye.
Have a good evening, everyone.
Good evening.